All right, so it is. So it is up. All right, yeah, I gotta move Steve's. Fugi.
Yeah, you got it, haven't you? Because I don't fucking remember what I did that.
Yeah,
I've used to got it.
yeah, I still got it. All right, so there we go, and then I gotta get the. I can't just pop out the chat. I can't pop out
Damn.
the chat time. I gotta do it manually. It's kind of weird. It's so strange because God, it is so weird because every single time. All right, there we go. I can't just pop out the chat. Okay, now I gotta pop out the chat, and then I'm gonna close that up. It's so strange because on what's it called? On Twitch, you don't have to do that. It just does it automatically.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Oh no, I messed up the chat URL. This is a horrible development.
Oh.
Okay.
Don't worry, though.
Are we live yet?
We're live, yeah.
Oh, we live. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, we're always live.
Damn.
You know, always
Impressive. I'm always
Make sure,
on.
Hold on.
Okay, copy.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Paste. Every time. I don't know why. There's also on Twitch, mine is like superior because.
Why are we not on Twitch then?
Well, that's because I'm on my laptop. My laptop doesn't have access to like my Twitch account.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Plus, I guess if we're reacting to it like a YouTube video, you can then add the person
Yeah.
in the title of the stream.
Yeah, I don't know if she'll respond if I'm honest.
So one way to find out.
I guess so.
We go to her house. I have her
No,
address.
no,
right
no,
here.
no, no, no.
All right, so now I gotta go into. Now I gotta go into that and just modify the live stream here. So, where's my live stream? Dashboard. I still have active community guideline strikes. When is this gonna go
Why?
away?
For what?
What did you do?
Huh?
Who
When
did you
did
hurt?
you do this?
I live reacted to a video on YouTube, and it was just like, you can't do that. That's pornographic. And I'm just like, what?
Oh yeah. Well,
Is it
shouldn't have
deleted?
been live reacting to it.
I shouldn't have been I should have been live reacting to.
Anything.
Yeah. Okay. Next. Yeah, I should have live reacted to a YouTube video. Take policy training.
Oh wow. Wait, they're gonna stop you from stream. What are they doing?
I'm
They're stopping you
right now. I'm taking the YouTube training right now.
Is this live streaming the training right now?
I'm live streaming myself training. Okay. Is this a violation? I hate this. I hate this. This is a YouTube video. All right, let me see here.
Yeah, but you see, it depends on the country you're in, because if you're not in your country that doesn't have fair use laws, then you can't react to it because it's not legal.
But I'm in Canada. We do have fair use laws.
Yeah, but does YouTube know that? If your audience isn't in Canada, it doesn't matter.
She speaks into a microphone and makes sexual sounds while acting out the scenes. Is this a violation? I'm going to say yes. All right. Okay.
Well, that's a good question because I don't know. I mean, isn't that like the whole VTuber ASMR scene?
Apparently, that is a violation. So watch out.
Okay, well, I don't know. Yeah, they would be careful. It's a thin line.
She is a journalist filming a story about different kinds of protests across the world. One segment depicts nude protests and features a number of the protesters nude on a street. She interviews different nude protesters. Throughout, she discusses the topic. Because
that may still be a violation because I think they have a no.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I don't know. They're blurring out because I know YouTube has like a zero tolerance thing for nudity, but they maybe in that context because it is a documentary, but it would probably still get restricted to 18+. But maybe it wouldn't get a guide. That's more of a difficult one because I I feel like that
Really
could still
just
get
goes to
18.
illustrate how like Byzantine YouTube's community guidelines are.
I'm gonna say it doesn't violate.
I think they've gotten a lot more strict. I
say
think you're
doesn't
allowed to
violate.
do it, but you probably will get age restricted. That would be
Okay.
my way of reading it. See what they say.
Select all the correct answers to move forward. Okay. So number 3 is correct, but there's also okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. So apparently it is allowed because it's not for the purpose of sexual gratification.
Ah, but that's very abstract because how do you know something?
How do you determine that?
Wait a minute. That means my video should have been allowed. Oh my god.
Isn't that ironic? Isn't that funny?
I hate YouTube so
Kind of
much.
ironic, isn't it?
Just pay YouTube money so you can just make all your videos advertisements and they won't care.
Tyler uploads a video from his safari vacations where he saw 2 lions mating with each other. He films the lions mating in the wild. He describes where it was filmed. No, it's not a violation. Okay.
Before.
Yeah, what if that's for sexual gratification?
Yeah.
We're almost there.
What if I am that fucked up?
Yo, if lions knew how to use YouTube, Tyler would be demonetized.
Birds do. You know that?
Oh yeah, there's that one bird, right?
No, just not one. Many birds. Apparently, any bird can use fucking YouTube.
Okay. All right.
The bird economy for YouTube's coming. They can tap on the screen. They like watching other bird videos. So like they create like a weird ecosphere where like if you give a tablet to a bird, it will tap on other birds.
Right. Breyer makes a compilation of all of his favorite videos of people dancing. In the video, he zooms in on a dancer's breast. He also replays his favorite part that shows people twerking. Sexiest dance is a Yes?
Yes, I'd say that's probably a violation. It's not. It's also not his content.
Comedic prank channel uploads in which tests how far they can throw different objects. They start throwing sex toys all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's a violation. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So.
I think you'd only be allowed sex toys if it was for educational purposes.
Oh, that's incorrect. Oh, it's for.
Oh, really?
Oh, you can show them, but it can't be for sexual gratification.
Oh, so if you just throw them on the screen, you're cool?
Yeah.
Okay. YouTube is a funny beast.
All right, Joe. So I want you to change my Fugi to just like a bad dragon dildo, if you would, please.
Uh-oh. The thing is, though, like, it can be not a strike, but it can also get age restricted. This is the funny thing here. Like, but then if it gets age restricted, it's just as bad.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I guess the video's still up, but no one's gonna fucking see it.
This video.
So it gets into that like position.
The person being waxed is nude. Nadine thinks the video is self-explanatory. She doesn't include any information about how they do the wax. She zooms in on the genitals several times to show the waxing process. She also doesn't include any no pubic hair.
I mean, it's nudity, so I would, and if it's no educational,
they said that they don't provide any like information
for the safety. I would say yes. Just I don't know, because I remember the last time I saw it. Maybe they've changed the guidelines since I've looked, but last time they were just like no tolerance on nudity. There was like no, they can't have any kind, and it's like even blurred out, and they're like nope. I was like, oh, okay.
All right, so it says it violates the policy because there's not enough context.
Yeah. Okay. I see. I can see.
Dude, I hate YouTube, man.
Yeah, same.
They denied my appeal. Yeah, they denied my appeal.
Yeah, no one actually saw it. They just denied it because I don't know. It's all automated in the end of the day. I don't know. There's like fucking 10 people who work at YouTube.
All right, where's my lives? Where did my live stream go?
Well, the people doing these reviews are probably all like
they're
very
outsourced as
underpaid people working in third world countries who just have to sift through like child porn and terrorist beheading videos all day.
Now you're thinking of Facebook, but I guess you should probably have to say. I think YouTube has an algorithm that can like detect it, so maybe a lot of that stuff will get flagged before they have to look at it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there probably will still be some of that.
Okay, I have to rename. I gotta rename this.
Terrorist beheading videos all day.
Now you're thinking of Facebook, but wait, why were you doing the training right now anyway? Was it blocking you from doing something?
Not really.
What the fuck are we doing?
All right. What's her name?
Oh my god!
What was her name? What was her name?
Fugi over to the right a bit, so I'm not like so far away.
Wait, I can't even see it. Oh wait, are you streaming it? Because I can't even. Oh, you're looking at the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, where's your food? Yeah.
Yeah, my foodie's all the way on the left.
Yeah.
Where do I?
What, in the center?
Should I? Are you going to stream it in the call?
So I'm not like over here alone.
Yeah. All right.
Are you going to stream the video in the call?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to stream the video in the Discord call. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I gotta at her. All right. By watching videos by. Yeah. There we go.
Are we watching more than one?
I'm gonna watch that eugenics one as well.
Okay, let's. Okay.
I have one subscriber. I have one subscriber on my personal YouTube account. Why?
That's really interesting what you got to say.
I guess so. Yeah. I don't upload any content onto there. All right, so
I just wait for your comments.
So we're gonna load up. I should probably at people.
Oh yeah, probably.
I should get a link. I gotta get a link to that my channel. Yo, she's at 16K. My God, these people grow fast.
I don't know. What was she last time?
She was like at 12 last I remember. That's like a couple days ago.
Oh wow, that's pretty impressive.
There's some YouTube. There's some TikTok growth.
You think so? You know, Lain's pretty big on TikTok. You know about that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Seems to have brought the band out of retirement. Fucking, Boa.
Yeah. So
because now they post nothing but like weird anime shorts and stuff on their channel. They did the fucking new music video the other day for Duvet.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
All right, so I need to stream. How do I share my screen? Share. Okay. 1080p. What the heck?
I think it's funny that like the fucking little avatars like yours is Ghost is like atomically correct illustration. Mine's just like fucking Fubo.
Yeah, you look. Yeah, you are just like a fucking Fumo.
Yeah, I literally am.
So.
Also, what do you mean anatomically correct? Are you saying I look like that?
I don't know what you look like, but you look like a person, and I'm a doll.
I guess so. Yeah. I need to have you like in my hands.
Yeah.
Oh, my audio is much quieter.
No, I think my audio is much quieter.
Yeah, you might want to. I don't know. Check
okay.
Mine was pretty crusty last stream. It's been too loud.
Fucking hate. It's so fucking annoying to mix audio in OBS. It's the worst.
Yeah. All right. How about that? I put Steve and Ghost at -10.
Boom, boom, testing. Someone tell me if I sound like.
Oh no, we're gonna get copyright struck. I'm sorry.
Ah, god damn it.
Okay, so Ghost and Steve sound good?
Okay, I hope so.
Or am I too quiet? I don't know what part of the conversation Eggmat's comment is. I put still very quiet.
Turn yourself up, I guess, by 1,000%.
All right, so I guess I got to turn.
That is literally how you have to do it in OBS.
That sounds closer. Okay, so I'm gonna have to turn myself up by like 5. Because like I'm at 0, they're at 0, and it's easier for me to turn them down than for me to turn myself up, because then I'm gonna clip.
Right.
So So I'm gonna set you guys at -10. And I'm gonna set myself at +2.
Okay.
And we'll see how it goes from there. Video capture.
Just shout. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. So how about that? I'm at +3, and they're at -10.
That must be fine, surely. Okay. What's going on with your stream? It's like a box.
What about my stream?
Well, yeah, because he's a window. He just has
it's just
the
a window
smaller.
I was gonna say, like, it's such a.
Yeah.
Is you watching this on a CRT?
No, dude. No, dude. Take a look at the stream, man. I got that stuff organized.
Yeah. So he's over there. You got the chat, and then the browser is just a square.
I see. Okay, I get you.
Okay, so I could be a bit louder. All right. God, I hate this so much every time, man. Every time. It's again. I never have to do this on Twitch, dude. Never have to do this on Twitch. YouTube is an inferior platform.
I don't know if you want to say that while we're streaming on it.
Oh, no, now we just community guideline strike.
I'm getting community guideline strike.
YouTube strike.
Speaking poorly of YouTube.
All right, how about this? That's a blacklist.
I'm at
Speaking of our
+6
competition,
right
blacklist. That's 2 strikes.
Yep.
It's like, what are you, alt-right? You use Twitter?
That's 3 strikes.
3 strikes, oh no.
You're out.
All right. Okay, sounds good now. Okay, so we got it. All right. So, yeah, I got to mark down when the technical errors ended. So that's 17 minutes. 17 minutes.
Nothing quite like fumbling around for 20 damn minutes before a stream starts.
Dude, I love YouTube streaming. So good. Yeah, so essentially, yeah, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be reacting to a YouTuber, Mika LaFay. She's
there it is.
Yeah, she's killing it.
Blowing up.
They're killing it.
This is a new video. Oh, I didn't know there was a new video. Okay.
Yeah, they're killing it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the hikkikomori video that's exploded. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they're I emailed them.
Him in vain. That's another strike.
Yeah. I emailed them. I emailed them like 4 days ago, 3-4 days ago. They haven't gotten back to me because we wanted to sort of react to these videos with like them on stream. It's one of those things where it's just like you want to react like now while they're like growing, because you don't want to be like, yo, they're big and then we send it, because like they're never gonna respond then.
To be fair, I mean the email might have just went to the spam folder or something, or they might just fucking care.
Yeah,
which I wouldn't blame them.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I'm gonna try and be as fair as I can. But these titles are wild.
I mean, they seem to be working. I'll give them that.
Yeah. So, all right. So I brought on.
Wait, how much has the autistic one got view-wise?
54.
Okay, that's like the wild card one there, right there, and that seems to still be doing pretty right.
Yeah. So essentially, what we got here is I brought on. So I brought on the Lost Legionary Commander, Ghost. And
hi.
What?
I was saying I said hi.
And the POC Steve.
Yeah, the Irish man himself.
All right. So there's 2 of them. We can either do the Lain one first and then the hikkikomori one, or the hikkikomori one first and then the Lain.
I got no preference. You do whatever you want.
Flip a coin, I guess. Well, no, let's go in release order, like Gundam. All right.
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe we can see if there's any changes. We'll see if
that's true.
See if
that's
true.
See if there's some stylistic
differences.
So
I've not seen this video at all.
Yeah, so
neither have I.
Like Gundam, we are going to go in like release order, but we're going to skip the first one.
Okay, auto-generated subtitles. So
we're going to watch the movie adaptation, are we?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, going to make everyone mad.
Okay, we're already on auto-generated subtitles, so let's see.
What I do know about eugenics is a British-born trend. So let's see.
I know that eugenics is bad. That's what I know.
So
I know eugenics is bad. Yeah, it's kind of cringe. Yeah.
Tattoo.
Okay, so let's take a look.
Record this entire video because my camera was not focused. So I would appreciate it if you guys hit the thumbs up and subscribe to my
Okay, she's a little loud on my end. I'm gonna lower it down a little bit.
Okay.
channel. That would mean a lot.
Oh, okay. Maybe this is random, but like,
yeah,
it's so. Was it in a stylistic choice? I swear the next video's camera is not as good as this one.
I don't know. I haven't seen either of these videos.
I saw a little bit of the. I don't know. Maybe I'm just. Maybe that was a stylistic choice. I don't know. Al Jazeera?
So.
What?
Oh, okay. Was that like a documentary Al Jazeera did on hikkikomori? I was just looking at the footage. I just saw in the corner.
Oh, it might be, yeah.
Hikkikomori is a Japanese word that directly translates to withdraw or to seclude oneself. The term was first coined in the 1990s by a professor, Tamaki Saito, to describe a recent social phenomenon in which people were completely isolating themselves from society for extended periods of time. You may have also heard its synonym being thrown around, NEET, which stands for not educated, employed, or in training.
Okay.
That's not a Japanese term though. NEET is quite commonly used. Like
it started in Britain,
even
in
like local government. Yeah, we use it over here quite commonly. Like I've gotten calls from NEET.
We were talking about this last night, Joe. How using that definition of NEET, stay-at-home wives also.
Yeah, there's a very gendered
but they don't care about that.
NEET.
See, like what you'll get is the government, especially local government near here, right? Is that they'll kind of like email you, or sometimes even call, or they'll like try and figure a way of being like, so what are you doing right now? Are you like working or education or something? Especially if you're like in your 20s, right? They're like,
right.
Well, are you you're giving something back to society? And the answer for me is no. But I'm like, oh well, I'm a YouTuber. But so that I'm pretty much am a NEET. But yeah.
Yeah, it's
There we go. We got him, boys. Clip it right now.
Yeah.
Hikikomori is also kind of like a little bit of a problematic term because it's been used in like very specific, limited ways, with pretty bad implications. One of the things that's been a big debate about like what actually constitutes hikikomori is that like for a while it was partly measured with regards to truancy. And there's a little bit of a problem when you talk about something like, say, like if you measure truancy as an element of hikikomori, because when you say something like, so when you read a lot of stories about hikikomori, sometimes it starts off with like them getting bullied, and so like they don't go to school. And so the issue here is that if you're an administrator of a school or something, and you say, well, why is the student not showing up? You just say, oh, they're a hikikomori. And so like that becomes a kind of a problematic implication because that kind of absolves a sort of systemic issue in favor of like
the responsibility of the school.
Yeah, in favor of like a ready-made, compartmentalized, individualized situation of just like, oh, there's something wrong with them.
Okay, so I got a theory here. I'm just curious about this. I might be wrong, but so like, what about a monk? So is a monk a NEET, or does that not count?
I have no idea. I don't know. I've never thought about that. Yo, they're trying to become Buddha.
Was a hikikomori.
Well, I'm just thinking about it. Like, does that not count? But like, I don't think that's considered a job, is it? Or is it considered a job?
I think monks are. Yeah, I think monks are. Like, aren't they part of clergy?
Well, it's a class in World of Warcraft, so I think it counts.
I mean, maybe it does count in that way. I don't know. Like, do monks traditionally get paid?
I
guess it depends on the
through donations. It's a.
But then isn't that
where it's like
anybody
kind of breaks down when describing something like this?
Anybody who's a monk in the chat, let us know.
Any
It's
monks
like-
in the chat?
Any monks
If any
in
of
the
them
chat,
are
let us
watching the
know.
stream right now,
Yo,
it's
I'm a
any-
career monk.
Any monks in the chat, let us know.
yeah, anyone grinding? Any monks grinding in the chat right now?
Yeah. What do you put on your in your tax returns? All right,
That's a good question. Do they even need to do them? Because are they not tax exempt? If you're a religious institution? Yeah. I guess I think in England you would be tax exempt, I think.
All right, well let's keep going. We're a minute in and we're already veering off course.
As a condition
Okay,
in
why
which
not?
a person does not attend school,
Yeah, it's my fault.
work, or participate in society at all for a period of 6 months or more. In just a
Yeah, so okay, so maybe she'll mention it. Okay, I don't want to misgender them because maybe it's not like she, right? You know, maybe okay, so maybe they'll mention it, but yeah, again, this is the problem, right? Which is that like terms like NEET and hikkikomori have been largely subsumed by government for very specific things.
country of Japan alone, a whopping 1.5 million people of working age are classified as hikikomoris.
Okay, can we pause the video because I actually want to compare this to the British statistics, just because if NEET came from UK NEET population, I just want to kind of get like an idea if they have numbers in comparison. Because saying that's whopping, it can only be whopping if you can put it next to like what's the standard.
We also got to be really careful because like Korea has a bigger what we would call hikikomori population than Japan does right now.
Yeah.
So when you say something like whopping, right, it's just like there's a kind of
right.
We got to be really careful. There's a kind of like quasi-Orientalist bent that kind of emerges. I don't think they're intending it to be like that, but it kind of creates a sort of situation where like something's going on in Japan. Yeah, you know.
Because I'm looking at the UK stats right now, and as of the second quarter of 2023, 800,000 NEETs, and you got to think the population of England, well, of the UK, is half that of Japan.
Okay.
So it's not comparable. Or
that's
basically even a little higher if you think about it.
800,000 at half.
1.6.
I mean, that's similar per capita numbers, yeah.
Because what did they say? 1.5?
1.5, yeah, 1.5
Yeah, so like there's actually then UK is technically higher.
So let me see here. What's the
per capita, roughly? Because UK is about 68, 66 million.
Yeah, hell yeah, Korea,
Japan, 110.
Yeah, hell yeah, go Korea, go.
Go, let's go.
This is where they win. This is where they win.
Korea, hell yeah, baby. I love you, Samsung.
Oh.
350. Okay, did she say NEETs or hikikomori?
Million people
I checked NEET for UK because NEET would be the term used for the UK.
Okay.
The issue has been dissected in a lot of Japanese.
But roughly, those numbers are then the same, right?
Hmm?
If we're talking about like these companies, Japan, Korea, and the UK have very similar levels of NEET population, or I guess quote.
I feel like they have very similar per capita numbers.
Yeah,
they seem like they might have similar per capita numbers. The
so
difficulty
then this isn't inherently that unique to Japan.
It's also really difficult though because like the problem here is that I don't know what the Korean term for a hikikomori is, which can dramatically change.
They're not used. I guess they're not using NEET, or would they? Would that be like? I feel like it's a bit more universal the term.
So Israel, shoutouts. Shoutouts to. I'm gonna leave that sentence vague. So Israel technically has a lot of hikikomori because the
Jewish population,
the ultra Orthodox Jewish population.
Wait, do they count though? Because it's a religious kind of. Could they technically be considered the same as like monks?
That's the thing, right? I don't know. I don't know if they would count. Like the thing is, like
they're not technically part of the clergy, but they are kind of part.
So the thing is, like categorically, they might count, but like they probably wouldn't count on like. So like again, this is the problem, right? Because like this is something that a government dictates what counts.
Yes,
and so
I think
like
the government will decide what they think is useful for them. That's the situation where like the government maybe, like you were saying before, like the government might not be worried about housewives because like who gives a shit, like. But they might be more interested in like, well, you're a young man of working age. Why aren't you in the coal mines?
I mean, like the Likud party probably doesn't think ultra Orthodox Jews, not shooting up Palestinian children and.
Do you know what? Strike! You do not want to get another strike.
Oh yeah, I can't.
You gotta.
Oh my god. Alexa, delete that last clip.
You're on thin ice, Joe. You can't be telling the truth.
I've I've already messed up that nudity community guideline strike. I'm gonna get hit with this one. Yeah, so like that's the thing, right? It's like it's an institutional and systemic definition, and so it's very, very difficult to figure out precisely what that means.
So is this then more a symptom of the modern times then? Because I'm looking at these numbers we're seeing so far, and they don't seem that dramatically different on all these like G7-esque countries.
I don't know. I think part of the difficulty, of course, is that so it's one of those things where we don't want to say that like they're all extremely similar, but we also want to be mindful that structural influences are very important. Because the example that comes to mind for me, right, is that like is like homelessness. Like homelessness in wealthy late capitalist countries is very different from each country to country. And so it's very easy to fall into the rabbit hole trap of just like, oh, there's a culture thing that's happening that makes it that way. But the reality is that like each one approaches homelessness differently on a structural level.
Yeah, and what counts as homelessness as well as can kind of vary because of it gets very complicated. I see that the American definition says it has to be 16 to 24. That's what I'm getting here, at least from this little bit. But the numbers from America is like 4.6 million, which may actually be higher than all the other ones per capita.
Okay. Well, let's see what the rest of the video says.
Yeah. And welcome to the getting distracted. Oh wait, I know this. I know Arno. What is she saying about Arno? This is my specialty now.
She's.
Why did you say that like you know him personally?
Like,
I know him.
I'm gonna call him Arno right now.
I'm gonna call him on the phone and be like, did you say this?
I'm on video saying
Yeah, but it could be like fake. Maybe the subtitles are wrong.
This kind of media actively discourages the viewers who are often hikikomoris from social isolation and
Wait.
Let me see here.
あとは現実からそこに逃げ込む装置みたいなものにされつつあるのがすごく見てて嫌だったんですね。さんにはとりあえず水をかぶせてなんか目を覚まして帰ってほしい。
Okay.
So that was to give context. That was actually about the original show. He's talking there about 1995 Evangelion, the ending of 1995 Evangelion. Not anything after that. Arno of recent years has said, I've given up on that because you can't change people through those like means. If someone doesn't want to change, like, you know, you kind of waste, he feels, you know, personally maybe you'd be wasting his time, which is probably true because I don't think any kind of piece of media is going to effectively, I don't know, like, I feel like if you were wholly changed by a piece of media that made you not a hikkikomori, then maybe your reasons were already a bit flimsy to begin with. I feel like it gets a bit more complicated, you know.
Hold it back 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Enhance?
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
What?
Just hit play. Go.
The viewers who are often hikikomoris from social isolation and escapism as a way of coping.
I don't know if the often hikikomori really applies to like Evangelion or even NHK, honestly.
Some people in Japan do talk about hikikomori along the lines of like Evangelion.
Okay.
It's not like that weird of a connection. A lot of like the Sekai discourse after end of Eva did try to tie it into hikikomori. So that's not like the weirdest.
It's like social disconnection is it's like a predominance in there. Like I could see the I don't know if it'd be correlation, but I could see, you know, people who are like who feel socially disconnected will in some way, you know, be interested in watching Eva. I don't know
that's one of the core things that Wen-san Hiro talks about in Zero Nendai, which is he mentions that during the 90s especially, there was like an increasing mentality of like I might as well just withdraw into myself because of like what happened with like the Ohm attacks. So the idea is that like if I'm going to accidentally hurt somebody because of what I believe in, then I might as well just withdraw into myself.
Yeah, and that seems to be fitting to that sort of hedgehog principle that Ava seems to touch on that point.
So it's not like the craziest. I think
I'm just hung up on the word often in this context.
Okay, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Ava is actually pretty general. It's quite popular. It's the most popular mecha. I mean, the last film was the best-selling mecha movie of all time. So like, I don't
course, it
necessarily
makes sense.
think
It's a
relates.
deconstruction after all. It's a deconstruction of shonen anime.
Yeah, it's a deconstruction because when I went to see it in the cinema the other day, one of the speakers wasn't working and it was bothering me. It seemed slightly off. I was deconstructing my experience of watching it.
Deconstructing your experience.
I was like, this fucking one speaker, they've had this 5 or 7.
This is Anno's intended viewing experience.
I don't know if it was though, because I was like, why does it sound so flat? It sounds weird from this angle when they're talking from there, like not from the front speakers or the. I was like, what is that? Why does that sound weird?
Dude, the stereo came tumbling down.
Sounds like a laptop speakers coming out for that one bit, one area.
All right, let's keep going here.
Anthropologists, however, are pretty chauvinistic when writing about the hikkikomori phenomenon. They basically reduce the issue to Japanese people being naturally collectivist, as opposed to the superior.
That's not chauvinistic. That's Orientalist.
That's Orientalist. I actually thought she was gonna make a reference to the fact that like housewives can actually kind of fall under certain definitions.
Maybe. I mean,
I was like,
they generally seem to be more concerned about male workforce. I mean, interestingly, I looked at it recently. The female. Like the women workforce in Japan is very different because when we talk about Japanese like sort of like culture of work and such, it generally is about white collar men, because if you look at the women's average work week, it severely a lot less hours and a lot less people in that kind of work. Like the average work for people who are actually in that kind of area is like 30 hours a week. Dramatically different. But again, I don't know if that counts like overtime, which gets into a bit of a more questionable area because overtime in Japan is so high that it doesn't count within that labor law rules.
Do I just have a different definition of chauvinistic?
Chauvinist is usually bad, isn't it?
Yeah, particularly male prejudice against women. All right, so I think she means Orientalist. I think she means Orientalist.
Let's play it a bit longer because there might be more to this point. I don't want to.
All right.
Unfortunately, plagues East Asian studies and ignores the historical events that shaped Japanese modernity. Also, there is a growing hikikomori population in the U.S. as well, so that explanation doesn't really suffice.
Okay, so right there, because you wouldn't call them hikikomori.
I kind of want to defend East Asian studies, and I kind of want to ask, like, who are you talking about?
Yeah.
What do you mean by this?
Give us the receipts.
Like,
we have sources.
Okay.
So, like, when you say something like this,
collectivist, as opposed to the somehow to Japanese people being naturally collectivist, as opposed to the somehow superior individualist West.
So, who are you talking about? I get really angry about this kind of stuff because, like, I get really angry about like the sort of like dunk on academics mentality that kind of comes up a lot, because like a lot of East Asian like scholars would be one of the first people to argue against like this kind of overarching like broad look at Japan this way.
Yeah, again, do we have any sources in the comments or anything? I'm curious if there's like a specific person.
No, I don't remember there being sources. Yeah, there's no sources here.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that becomes a bit of a problem because that's quite vague.
Yeah, this is a problem. Like, what is the example you're using here for this chauvinism? Like, because if it's like, if they're using like Ruth Benedict, and it's like, okay, yeah, but Ruth Benedict is not like taken seriously anymore in East Asian studies.
Okay,
in this context.
Did I miss something? So that point wouldn't technically be chauvinist, right? They mean something else.
Yeah,
right?
I think they mean Orientalist, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to assume too much, but like, yeah, if that's the end of the point.
Yeah, but like that's the thing, right? It's just like who are you referencing? Who's your reference? Because if it's gonna be nothing but like Japanologists from like the 50s and 60s, then yeah, of course you're gonna have like really. But like there's so much material that's emerged since then. So like, what is who is saying
I'd probably
superior
argue,
individuals to the West?
Yeah, I'd probably argue that Japanese government's perspective on the event is probably definitely chauvinist because looking at those workforce numbers, I don't think they're necessarily prioritizing like young women who aren't in work.
This is a narrative that unfortunately plagues East Asian studies and ignores the historical events that shaped Japanese modernity. Also, there is a growing hikikomori population in the US as well. So
wait, can we just pause for a second? I just want to make sure, is there a specifically unique thing about hikikomori that isn't a NEET? Is there like an element to it that's specific to Japan in terms of the context, or is it just basically synonymous?
So Saito Tamaki is largely talking about in regards to like how people interact with each other, but he himself has kind of been a little bit reticent about hikikomori because like oftentimes what constitutes interacting with each other comes with a lot of implications about what like interaction means, because like one of the big pushbacks, right, has been like if you say like, oh, you know, you don't go out and you don't talk to people, all that kind of stuff, you've socially withdrawn. The problem here is that just flat out doesn't account for like when people talk to other people like online. So
hyper reality.
Like they're
wait,
very.
We're not talking about that in this video, are we?
Yeah.
No,
they're like
video.
they're very.
It does count. It's relevant.
Yeah. Well, like they're very social in that sense, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, like Discord calls, or I mean, in Japan especially. What about like Phantasy Star Online? That game is inherently super social, especially back in the old days.
So Digital Devil Girl says, I thought the difference between hikikomori and NEET was that hikikomori don't even leave the house. So the problem with that definition is that hikikomori do leave the house, and they had been leaving the house since like Tamaki's initial work at the clinics with regards to them. They leave the house all the time.
To not leave the house.
They leave the house all the time.
Holistic way, unless you have someone who can leave the house for you.
There's a book by Zielenziger where he interviews a bunch of hikikomori, and a lot of them leave the house. They just tend to leave the house like when it's quiet.
Yeah, but I don't blame them. I do that too.
Still...
Oh fuck, I'm a NEET.
So like it's a very difficult definition. A lot of times the distinction between them is used by an institution to separate populations.
Yeah.
There's a growing hikikomori population in the US as well. So that explanation doesn't really suffice. In this video...
Okay. Again, who are you talking about? Who's saying this? Who is...
I mean, I assume if, like, what I looked at, if we're just talking about NEET, the number's pretty high, yeah. But, you know, like I said, they're like comparable, if not higher, per capita in the US.
Their commentary here, right, is in response to...
what you mean? Yeah, the academics.
Yeah, so in response to the like supposed Japaneseness of the phenomenon. And so like they're saying, you know, they're essentially pushing against like the purported academic East Asian studies like literature on this. But the thing here is that like a lot of recent literature is very critical about any Japaneseness when it comes to studies of hikikomori.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for how it was in the 90s, but now I imagine it's probably a bit more nuanced.
Yeah, so it's just like I'm very uneasy about this because it kind of paints a very specific image.
I'm going to argue that Japan's history of ultranationalism and eugenics in the 20th century was a direct cause of the hikikomori phenomenon. I'm not going to just...
Okay, that's...
All right, let's go. Let's go.
I'm just a little bit... I need to back for a second because...
Let's go.
Like, Japan and eugenics, is there like a... What do they mean by that? Like, how they...
Okay. So here's what happens, all right? Nihon Minzoku annihilates the Ainu and Ryukyu equals hikikomori.
But didn't those events happen many years before World War II?
Banning them from the bathhouses equals hikikomori. Boom.
Shit, dog.
They might be referring to like actual eugenics laws that were on the books until the 90s.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see.
So there was,
we're only 2 minutes into a 16-minute video.
compulsorily like sterilization of the disabled.
Ooh, I mean that'd be interesting to go into because I don't think the only country.
I think that's what they're going to bring up.
Yeah, so let's go.
Use it to cultural stereotypes.
Yeah.
So you may be wondering, why is this phenomenon so prevalent?
I'm not sure if that has any connection to World War II, though.
What about their society causes people to become hermits? Well, while I was doing my research, I came across several articles that claimed that all Japanese people...
Okay, here we go.
So is this what we're
okay, this is a 2008 article. What are you talking about? This is so old.
Though I guess it's
What's
still
the
relatively
expiration date on this
contemporary.
stuff usually? It's a couple of years, right?
If it's ongoing, so
it
it depends, right? It depends what you're using it for. But if it's ongoing, usually like 5 years is what you kind of want to cut off at.
So is the writer here Miyuki Fukushima? Is that the writer of this article?
Miyuki?
I'm just saying the writer. So the original article, and it's got Miyuki Fukushima.
She's the primary author. Yeah, she's the primary author.
Yeah.
The first name is the primary author, and then everybody else.
Where are they from? Like, are they a student? Are they where? What is their? I guess maybe I have to Google it because I'm just curious of the context here because it's quite a bit different.
Yeah, this would be really helpful.
What do they study?
Is this linked somewhere? Bonds to society. Bonds to society.
I'm just kind of curious about like the background.
Cool.
Okay, was that Cleveland?
Hell yeah, Cleveland! Woo! Hell yeah!
Is that American?
Hell yeah!
It's in Ohio.
Yeah, okay.
Hell yeah, Cleveland! Hell yeah! It's.
Are they Department of Sociology? Is that so? Are they a teacher then? Is that the idea? They're a teacher.
An argument is developed that the purported collectivism in Japanese society generates stronger social bonds in Japan than in the more individualistic United States, which then might explain the lower level of deviance often found in Japan. We test this using survey samples. The theory failed to account for the lower level of deviance among Japanese. Okay, so it's pushing back against the collectivism myth. But this is from 2009. This is old. Okay, so so crime rates, United States. First of all, crime rates in the United States.
Here about crime rates.
Yeah,
though,
crime rates in the U.S. and Japan is like those are some scam numbers, bro.
Yeah, Japan has been caught like fixing their numbers and not reporting crime to make it because Japan likes to think of itself as a low crime population. So if it's inconvenient to them, there are areas that will not report the crime or not put them down. And if you want to get into like sexual assault, that none of that goes down reported because the police are actively antagonistic against women in Japan, especially. And I mean, in the States, they're not exactly great either. But Japan's like built different on that one, so a lot of that gets completely unreported.
So this is so I'm taking a quick read of it right now, and it seems to be like deviance here is used in regards to crime.
Also, isn't there a thing about like in stats, isn't it really bad to compare other nations to US because US is such a melting pot of different factors? It's actually really not the best idea to compare.
I guess it depends on. I don't know how mathematically rigorous this paper is, so it depends on what sort of statistical methods they're using, because you have a sort of in-group, within group or between group issues when it comes to comparing these stats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like it's, okay, here we go.
I don't know if you're gonna get much value out of it.
Here we go, right? So this paper. So I assume when she's talking about like anthropologists and whatnot, like talking about like East Asian studies and like the problem of Japanese like analysis, they mention here is again, it's from Ruth Benedict. It's from Ruth Benedict, Chrysanthema and the Sword. But like modern day East Asian scholars don't really cite like Benedict in this context. Like they're not Benedict
Benedict.
From the 40s. She's like, people.
I'm assuming is Benedict a racist or something? Because I mean, he's from the 40s. For example, like I'd be pretty suspicious of this man. Just like,
look, inherently. Richard needs to stop hanging out with his kids, and he needs to be on his stream. Because if anybody who's going to be able to talk about Ruth Benedict, it'll be him. Richard, just leave a wall of text in the video comment.
Yeah, you can leave a wall. Yeah, that'll help us.
Just leave a wall of text.
Uncultured folks that don't know about whoever the fuck this person is.
So, like, again, right? This time frame or this field of sorts of, again, this is all like old stuff. This all seems like old stuff. This all seems like old stuff, and this all seems to reply back to deviance in a way. Okay, let's see what she says. Maybe she actually has the same criticisms we do.
We're collectivists.
Find out.
Strictly conform several articles that claim.
Oh, okay, that was really quick. Can we go back a second? Because those 3 different articles.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait.
I came across several articles that claim that all Japanese people were collectivists.
Wait, no, that's not what this article is saying, though. She's saying that she came across articles saying that Japanese people were collectivists. But this article is saying an argument is developed that the purported collectivism in Japanese society generates stronger social bonds in Japan than in more individualistic United States, which might then explain the lower level of deviance often found in Japan. We test the survey data using samples from Japanese and American college students on measures of deviance and social bonds. Result indicate that Japanese students engage in significantly less deviance than Americans, and although variables from Hershey's 1969 social control theory behave similarly across cultures as predictors of deviance, the theory failed to account for the lower level of deviance among Japanese. Like, collectivism is like purported. Like,
I mean, if we're talking about the 60s, it's very funny for them to say that because, you know, the 60s student movement was built different in Japan. Like, they weren't fucking about.
Like, I don't think the author's actually unironic. Like, I don't think the author's like.
What's the conclusion?
Yeah.
Let's look at the final conclusion just to make sure that we're right on that. What are they summing up in the end? Because it sounds like that's not what this article is about. Maybe they have like a conclusion. Their conclusion.
Okay.
So
the literature we have examined and our research findings generate 4 important implications that will be discussed. First, they demonstrate with a unique data set that what others have observed. Japanese are more compliant with norms. Greater compliance among the Japanese cannot be attributed to their stronger bonds to conventional society.
There we go. So it does not say that. It says the opposite.
As that concept was defined by Hershey because, in fact, the Japanese students appear to be more weakly bonded along nearly all dimensions of social bond identified in social control theory. Third, social bond variables.
Yeah, I guess that kind of does bring out.
The social bond variables have similar effects on self-reported deviance among Japanese as among Americans. Let me see here. Thus, our analysis provides some support for.
I do feel like there's inherently, isn't there like an?
So the article says they're more conforming, but that is not the same as being more collectivist.
Yeah, I mean, even with that though, like even if I'm not, obviously I don't really buy the collectivist thing inherently, but
yeah, being
collectivist does not inherently mean you're not likely to do crime because you can do crime together. I mean, organized crime together. I mean, I don't know why the fuck that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Of course you do crime together. Like, when the fuck?
Yeah,
it's easier to do crime together.
Yeah, so like that's the thing, right? Like lower income neighborhoods are arguably extremely collectivist areas. You know.
They have to be, yeah.
Yeah, they have to be because if cops come coming, yeah.
Stitches get snitches. Yeah. No, snitches get stitches, right?
We found that greater compliance among Japanese cannot be attributed to stronger bonds to conventional society because the Japanese students overall had much weaker social bonds than the American students. The long-standing literature on the collectivist nature of Japanese society, exemplified in Benedict, and a more recent quantitative research seemed to us to resemble Hershey's description.
That must be really cringe then, Jesus Christ.
This parallel led us to predict that Japanese respondents would score lower than Americans on self-reported deviance because of their stronger social bonds. Because of this criticism of how these variables have been measured, much of the research says, we try to remain loyal to Hershey's original measure in our English version of the questionnaire as Japanese translation. What we found is the opposite of our expectations. Japanese students, in fact, score significantly lower than American students on nearly all of the social. This article is saying the exact opposite of what she's saying it says.
Okay, so that's one of them, but what are the other two? We just got to make sure about this, right?
All right, we're an hour in, 2 minutes into this thing. Okay, we gotta do two. Okay, it's gotta be 2 for 3. 2 for 3. To conform or to maintain self-consistency. Okay.
When did that come out? 2014. So that's a bit 14, more modern.
Okay.
Where's that from
to
as well?
conform or to maintain self-consistency. All right, so what do we got here?
Have a look.
Guilford?
Let's have a look then, shall we? Where are they
Okay.
from? So this is social clinical psychology. So it's a psychology, this is American psychology.
Gonzaga University.
Where's that
Spokane, dude. Hell yeah, Spokane. Washington. Hell yeah.
Oh, okay. Another United States one.
Yeah, America.
Are these East Asia? Sorry, I'm sorry. Are these? This is a separate point because these don't seem to be part of the East Asian studies, are they? Or is this? They just count that as an overarching thing?
East Asian studies is like a very big and fractured.
Yeah, is it just
field.
like generally?
Yeah.
Just talking about the idea of having studies about Japan. Right? Okay.
Yeah. There's an increasing number of youth in Japan who are dropping out, so-called hikkikomori. Alternatively, we argue that the tendency resembles... Okay, let me see here. These so-called hikikomoris, or social isolates, have been described by Japanese clinicians as suffering most commonly from an autism spectrum disorder. However, such claims come out of examining biased samples of hikikomori who have already been referred to mental health professionals. We argue that the tendency for hikikomori represents an increasing marginalization of Japanese youth who are consciously rejecting dominant cultural values of harmony seeking and consequently deviating in their motivation to conform to others' behaviors. High school social perceptions, thereby ruling out were not motivated to high-risk students were not motivated to conform to others' behaviors relative to low-risk students, and this difference was fully mediated by differences in reifying their marginalized identity in Okay, so this doesn't have anything to do with collectivism. Is there a PDF? PDF download?
Yeah.
No PDF download?
You just did it not click down?
Okay, there's a...
Is it on Google Scholar?
Okay, there's a whole thing here. All right.
What's the conclusion?
Let's go to the conclusion here.
Yeah, let's speed up because I know this is only one point and we probably don't have to labor on it, but...
No, that's what we have to do.
Oh, okay.
There's
next 2 hours, baby!
There's no conclusion. It's just discussion. Okay.
Okay.
Do they mention...
In conclusion. Wait. Go back. It says in conclusion right at the bottom.
Okay.
You missed it.
In conclusion. The current study provides support for the idea that hikikomori risks associated with deviation or possibly an outright rejection of mainstream cultural values of harmony seeking in Japan, which then explains the motivation to deviate from social conformity as a behavioral tendency. At the same time, the evidence in the current... Okay. Whoops. The current study provides support for the idea that is associated with deviation or outright rejection of mainstream cultural values. The evidence in the current study also suggested that hikikomori risk was not associated with deficits in commonly shared social perception. Thus, much of the weight of the evidence in the current investigation suggests that hikikomori risk should be conceptualized as a social pathology that is driving many young individuals to consciously become cultural deviants rather than as an innate deficit in the capacity to perceive socially shared perceptions, and therefore a lack of capacity to be concerned about such perceptions. That doesn't have anything to do with collectivism.
Yeah, that's... I don't know.
What were they trying to say there at the end? What's the thin line we're trying to get there? Because that seems
well. They said technical. That claimed that people were collectivists.
Strictly conformist.
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you okay? Deep rooted in collectivist values by the Atlanta Press.
This seems quite different. Is it a review of social and cultural causes of? Is this a paper or what is this?
All right,
it's a review or something.
Okay, that one seems to outright state it. A review of social and cultural causes.
I mean, the other paper we just read seemed to imply that the data was compromised because it was already getting autistic people because they were dealing with people with mental illness. And if you're autistic, then you're not going to necessarily be able to conform to the harmony, quote, harmony version of society because you're on the spectrum.
Okay, so
it's kind of inherent.
Okay, so first of all,
very easy.
First of all, this person's from Shenzhen. This is a Chinese scholar. This is not a Westerner speaking about Japan. This is a Chinese scholar.
Is it from a Chinese university?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shenzhen College of International Education.
Yeah, China. Yeah. So we're in a different area of study completely.
Hikikomori was widely accepted as, despite the fact that an increasing number of cross-country studies. This review aims to provide basic rationale, collectivist values. This review also includes the prevalence of hikikomori is it's not involves not uncommon school bullying. Okay, give me the article. Give me the article.
Is that right? Download the article.
Collectivism.
So yeah, where are they going with the collectivism stuff here?
Tightness. Okay, so they're using Hofstede. Okay, salaryman masculinity. Okay, where's the conclusion? The review demonstrated socially acceptable behaviors in. It can be argued that the occurrence of hikikomori symbols a resistance to social pressures given by masculine identity and the recognition of peer groups, or it is an indication of a passive defeat by social pressure. The social and cultural causes of the phenomenon analyzed in this review all correlate to one common rationale, a set of values and norms based on collective. So this is the only one that outright states it. This is the only one that outright states it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess we have to go through it to really see if there's actually, that sounds a little bit, I don't know. I don't know about that conclusion. I don't really get the correlation there personally, but.
Yeah. With Japan's collective culture. Yeah. All right.
And homogenous. I'm sure were collectivist. Research, I came across several articles that claimed that all Japanese people were collectivist.
So one of those articles claims that, and the other two seem a little bit more.
Also, the argument
related, the other is claiming the opposite.
Yeah, one of them doesn't. One of them isn't about collectivism. It's just about hikikomori and possible factors of what defines them being true.
Also, the argument is not all Japanese people. The argument is Japanese culture, which is a very different object of analysis.
Yeah.
Because all of those articles were talking about Japanese people in relation to a perception of their culture. You know, like that's where the collectivism. They're not saying all Japanese people are collectivists. They're saying that hikikomori are deeply trying to figure out a sense of social obligation.
They don't just fit into the standard notches of society, and that obviously means that like your choice then is to be ridiculed or to submerge yourself within yourself. I would
like
assume.
this.
Especially
This
when
seems
they talk about
like
bullying and stuff like that.
This can seem like splitting hairs, and it can feel like splitting hairs, which is fair. But I think that's a very
we've been splitting hairs for like an hour. It's fine.
Yeah.
And homogenous. I'm sure some of you guys have heard this stereotype as well.
Wait, homogenous? What? No, none of them mentioned homogenous. They weren't talking about homogeneity.
Because I don't know. We didn't read the whole thing. So maybe
that's true.
Maybe somewhere, but I don't think I've got the energy to do that.
I don't.
As well, and
all right.
believed it. But
I mean, I guess at least they can figure out that it's a stereotype. Because sometimes YouTubers come in and be like, "That's just true." So I'm glad they're at least on
just a
theory. The complex history and evolution of Japanese society. I mean, no matter where in the world we live, we are all the same species. The only difference is the material conditions that shape our upbringing. So I will not be taking that approach to dissect the issue because, quite frankly, it's kind of a cop-out. And for anthropologists, it's kind of a lazy approach, so I don't know why they do that.
But they don't.
Well, I mean,
they don't.
Best to read
they don't.
what you're talking about first, because it seems only one of them does, and they're Chinese.
Oh man, I came into this video being like, all right, I'm gonna take a look at this fairly, but then now I'm just like, oh no.
So what does?
Well, let's keep going. Let's keep going with this.
Syndrome? It seems.
I mean, I don't. Well, even if those examples are wrong, I don't imagine there aren't people who would make that argument.
Guys.
Mental illness. Okay. So maybe this is the eugenics thing about
During
disabled
my research,
disability.
I found that many hikikomori suffer from mental illness or developmental disabilities.
Okay, well, let's pause that for a second, because didn't that article say that the information that was skewed, because it was specifically, the information we had was specifically on hikikomori with mental illness?
Yes.
I see. That's maybe that's a little bit more compromising to that point they're trying to make. But I mean, it's obviously probably not uncommon for someone who is socially reclusive to maybe have some form of that. I think that would be a reasonable, but I don't know the percentage wise. I can't really talk about that.
I don't know. We got to get Axler in here. He's the only trained psychologist.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he's a trained psychologist. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But if we bring in Axler, he's gonna be like, yeah. So the thing is, in Romania, he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I don't. No, that's not good.
Specifically, hikkikomori has been found to co-occur in around a third
Okay,
of people.
what study is that?
I don't know. I don't know, but like based
Wait, is that the
upon
study we were looking at a second ago that we said that contradicts the point they just said?
I have
Is
no
that the study we
idea.
were just looking at.
I have
ASD
no
would be
idea.
autism. So.
People diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder.
Because the study we saw that just said that about autism said that, yeah, but they said the data was compromised because it was strictly mental illness. So of course some of those people are going to have autism. If they I guess if Japan considers autism under the mental illness banner. Oh, is this the one?
Spectrum disorder.
They just showed a thing.
With mood disorders, developmental disorders, personality disorders, etc. Now, you may be thinking,
okay, so the problem here is that like based upon the initial literature review conducted at the beginning with those 3 articles, I can't trust anytime she shows a bunch of research.
We literally can't spend all day.
Yeah, we can't be digging.
We can't do that. There's too many of them.
Isn't that the case with disabled?
We're just becoming like like that Mahler EFAP stream, but instead of like talking about Marvel movies or some shit, we're just touring through sociological research.
Yeah.
I'm reading it right now. Hikkikomori, a Japanese cultural bond syndrome with social withdrawal proposal. Is mental illness and hikkikomori synonymous with each other or not? Give me the newest data.
Instead of every frame a pause, it's every citation a pause.
Yeah.
Many people with disabilities and mental health issues in general do end up becoming socially reclusive due to stigma surrounding mental health and disability.
No, I do know that the stigma of mental health in Japan is pretty savage, especially in the early 2000s. Like even compared to other countries, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's bad in East Asia in general.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know but maybe it's improved in the last 20 years. But it seems like when I was reading the stuff up around the 2000s, it sounded like it was pretty intense. I probably have to study somewhere in my back pocket.
I know I certainly did. However, the degree to which hikikomoris themselves stay secluded sets them apart from other groups. Takahiro.
How so?
Okay, so that's doesn't that contradict what you were saying earlier about like, well, technically the way they interact with the world is just not necessarily how we usually dictate. That's where it gets complicated, right? Where it's like, well, they do interact, just not in the ways that we would prefer them to.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Or I guess the government would prefer them to.
In Japanese, there is a very famous saying, a protruding nail will be hammered.
I've heard that one before.
Okay, yeah.
I heard that one. I don't like that. I don't like it, if I'm honest.
The Japanese love saying that, yeah.
Hammered down. With this in mind, the alienation that many neurologically different people feel in Japan makes a lot of sense. But how did this culture...
Well, I mean, it's the same everywhere, I would say, honestly. But...
I think it's very ironic that she just railed on a bunch of academics for, like, painting a broad brush on Japan while she's simultaneously painting a broad brush on Japan.
I mean, I remember the last time I heard that was from the that animation dormitory project where they're like, we can't have unions. Haven't you heard this term? The big nail gets knocked down. And I'm like, bro, you have unions. You have unions. Toei Animation has a union. Mushi Pro had a union, but it was even stronger than Toei's. Like, you have unions like fighting. Yeah. Trigger had to pay a union out because they got proved that they were not paying the staff members.
Yo, so, man, it's just part of it's just part of Japanese culture, man. It's just part of Japanese culture.
They had to admit in a court of law that they did this. What about 4C? 4C got done as well.
Sorry, but sorry, Steve, but I don't make the rules. It's just Japanese culture, man.
Oh my god.
Come to be.
God, man.
Without historical context, this claim means nothing. So that's what we're going to delve into in this video.
The historical context to a sort of like wives' tale saying.
Isn't that literally the quote people use to prove Japan is collectivist? Yes. That's the thing that everybody says.
All the way back to the imperial
yeah, it's not great.
In the early to mid 20th century. This was a period of rapid imperialist expansion.
Okay, so the imperialist expansion starts in about 1900, maybe a little bit before.
Yeah.
We also have then the Russo-Japan Wars, which I think are actually beforehand, where that starts. That sort of like
hard. So it's hard to actually say when the imperialist period started because
it's going to be very vague.
If you're looking at it from outside, it is going. So the problem here, right, is that Japan's quest for quote unquote modern nationhood was itself an imperialist project. Like, there's a reason why Japan's extension into Tohoku, into Hokkaido, down into like I believe into Ryukyu, but that might have come later.
Yeah.
Like those.
Ryukyu was like 1600s, wasn't it? That happened during.
It was like on and off, if I recall. But Richard will
there were definitely fights.
The only one I know is Tohoku. I know
there's
Tohoku.
the sugarcane. What was that thing called? The sugarcane situation, like where they had like the kids like picking the sugar canes, and it was like brutal. But that was almost. I think that was during the Edo period, wasn't it? That was a long time ago.
So like the only thing I know is Tohoku for sure. So the thing is that like Japan's imperialist expansion period actually extended far before the 1900s.
The invasion of Ryukyu is 1609.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those dicey things. It's kind of like the rhetoric this is a kind of vision of history that's being used to purport a very specific kind of like Japanese identity of like the Japanese are like this
Japanese
Yamato
copied the homework
Kibo,
of the British.
This
like they became allies with the British during the Russo-Japanese War, and then they copied that homework and were like, "Oh, they're an imperial state. Like Britain is, at that point was like ruled the world, right? So like, yeah, we don't want to fucking do that."
Yeah,
I mean, it seems. I don't know. It seems like I don't know.
Most people, the main thing that I just wanted to say is that most people see imperial Japan as when it started to like move into like East Asia, right? When it started to like.
Well, that would have been
like
1900.
And so the problem, of course, right, is that particular perception of the imperial. I don't know when.
Because during the Russo-Japan War, I think they were fighting over Manchuria because I think Russia owned that area because it intersects. So I think they might have gained some of the Manchuria from the Russo-Japan War because there's two Russo-Japan wars, isn't there?
So the main thing I just want to stress, right? The practical operative core that I just wanted to stress is that is that the conception of when Imperial Japan starts can be very different whether you consider Japan's expansion on the four islands as part of its imperial project.
Or just inherently its intrinsic, nature. Just they're part of Japan because we say so, right?
Yeah, because like that's the problem, right? Because some people unironically just believe that like the four islands is just Japan and Japan only, and like
that's what Japan is,
and that completely, that completely
like Manchuria is just part of Japan.
Isn't it?
It's 1945, right? So Manchuria. Well, no, 1944. I think we might have lost after. Right. So Manchuria is part of Japan.
That coincided
My
with
favorite
the formation
Japan
of a national
DLC.
Japanese identity. Similar to fascist Germany, the Japanese sought to create a strong and pure people by practicing eugenics, the selective breeding of human beings. They seized control over the
I don't know about that part. So I'm going to say...
I know there was like a sort of racist connotation about Japan being better than the rest of Asia, but I'm a little bit confused on the aspect about the breed, like who are they not mating with exactly? Like who was excused in this context? Like, are we talking about in Japan or in Korea or in Manchuria?
I mean,
because the concept would say otherwise.
Historically speaking, the question of who are they not breeding with is probably Koreans. If there's ever a population in Imperial Japan that got the, if there's ever a population in Imperial Japan that got the short end of the stick, the safe answer is Koreans.
Yes. Yeah, that's still bad blood. Still pretty bad.
It's like I can't believe these Korean laborers caused this earthquake, dude. Time to kill them all.
Wow.
Productive rights of the disabled, who they consider to be a hindrance to their nation-building plan. As many history nerds may know, when recounting their brutality...
So that was 1940 though, wasn't it?
Which one?
the disabled people thing. I think it was 1940, wasn't it? Disabled.
I don't know. The only thing I know during this time period is
well, my keyboard wasn't working now, so that's brilliant.
Okay. The only thing I know during this time period is the feminism debates in Japan at the time.
It's kind of a lot of interesting stuff between that, yeah.
Yeah.
Forced sterilization is like apparently. Well, I'm doing it half justice here, but that seems to be the 40s onwards. Oh God, someone joined.
Who joined?
Oh, okay.
No one important.
Yeah, no worry.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that was happening during the early imperialist days or not, but I'm seeing the articles I'm reading are mentioning like the 40s, but it could have been happening beforehand, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is one of those difficult things, right? Like the tricky thing. The tricky thing is that this is one of those difficult things where it's just like, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt because, you know, realistically, like, I don't know a lot or enough about like eugenics in like Japan historically to like speak with any kind of confidence
in my own country.
The only tricky part is that, like, so far the stuff I do, it's Gelman's amnesia. It's coming to bite me in the butt right now, which is that, like, the parts I do know, I'm like, it's not the full story, and so
yeah.
So
I mean,
when we're getting to the parts where I don't,
from a Japanese site, it says 1948 is when the forced sterilization starts. So that's after the Imperial Japan.
Okay.
At least in this one case, unless they might be, I can't say if they were doing it before, but like, yeah. You know, there's 16,500 people between the 40s and the 90s, which is pretty big number.
A lot of these issues could have been solved if she simply responded to my email that may or may not have been put into the spam filter. I don't have no idea. I don't know.
I feel maybe they might have left by now if we started on this, and maybe this is a bit much.
It's well, it would have just been like, I feel like it would have just been like the FD signifier stream. It's just like, if you get an idea of like what kind of project they want to do, it can dramatically change.
It does certainly help.
Maybe they were just like, yeah, that article might not have said exactly what it is, but there are some things in the article that express it. It was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly going to say that. Like, I imagine Japan wasn't exactly against the idea of eugenics beforehand. I mean, maybe they weren't practicing it legally, but they definitely were about like the Japanese spirit or whatever. Being better than the rest of Asia. The united. I think that was the theory of the imperial thing, is they wanted to make like a united Asia, but they were going to be
the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere.
Yeah.
Outwardly historically revisionist, minimizing and sometimes outright denying.
Japan has so maybe we want to be a little careful there as well. Japan has been historically revisionist. Is again like that's quite a broad stroke to say, because like who are we talking about?
Yo, that's because they keep going to Yasukuni Jinja, dude. They keep going. They gotta stop bowing at the memorial.
They can't help themselves. There's like an LDP, so it is true.
They gotta get rid of. They gotta get rid of that temple. They gotta set up a new temple. They call it the Fortnite Jinja.
I don't know. I always had the feeling that it was fucking Abe's grandfather every time. His spirit was over his back. Like, you need to go back to there. You need to go back. He just can't stop himself. His spirit's just like, you have to go back there. He's like, oh, it's really bad for our relations for the rest of Asia. I'm trying to sign trade deals. He's like, no, you need to go back. He's like, oh, fuck's sake, I guess I will.
Yeah, he's talking to the ghost of Nobusuke Kishi. He's like, I can't keep going back. Some guy's gonna shoot me in the chest one day. Nobusuke Kishi's like, no, they can't do that. They can't do that. It's Japan. There are no guns.
It's bad for the economy, okay? It's bad for relations. We can't keep doing this every week.
Nanjing massacre in China and the mass trafficking of Korean comfort women. In fact, former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, rest in peace.
Oh, Japan has done like way worse than. Japan has done way worse than the comfort women thing.
Well, no, she's doing like the rip.
Okay. Yeah, the bozo.
So far as to claim that there was no
to be fair, like his death is pretty. That was a pretty like epic moments in Japan. Definitely on the top 10.
Epic moments in Japanese history.
Yeah, it's really up there.
To claim that there was no evidence that women were trafficked at all.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a dicey thing, right? Because like, yeah, you can say that with regards to like Shinzo Abe. I don't know if Shinzo Abe had said that, but I'm gonna trust her, right? I'm gonna trust her and say that Shinzo Abe said that.
He said stuff like that, but he's part of the Nihon extremist groups, and his grandfather was a war criminal. So yeah, obviously he believes that.
So the trouble though is that like that's not entirely reflective of all of the LDP.
No, because prior,
it's a massive apparatus
what was I saying?
with a whole bunch of internal debates.
Koizumi admitted that he was the president beforehand. He was he wrote a letter to the Comfort Women, an apology, and was very admitted of that. And during the 90s, if I remember right, it was big scandal for them because they lost power during 93, and there was a lot of scandals related to that. And I think one was the Comfort Women one, so they were feeling the sting of it back then.
Yeah, so like this is one of those things. Maybe I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until she moves on to another subject because maybe she'll mention
the LDP
that. Maybe she'll
as well is a very broad church. It's a very very broad church political party. But some of the upper echelon are all like, what's that fucking group called? The fucking Nihon. What's the fucking? Just like it's like a really far right kind of like revision. Is it the?
Are you talking about the Uyoku Dantai?
I'm trying to remember. There's a very specific group that fucking Abe was
Nihon
part
Kaigi.
of. Is it Nihon Kaigi? Nihon Kaigi? It might be. I've forgotten the name of it. Kaigun, is it? Kaigi? I'll find it later. Keep going.
All right.
He's referring to Japan's sex trafficking of comfort women. Unlike countries like Germany, Japan is simply not able to acknowledge its brutal history.
Nihon Kaigi. Yeah, you're right.
Similarly, the Japanese government, media, and education,
and I think a bunch of some of his other people that are like in his inner circle were also part of it.
Okay, so this is really weird, right? This is really weird because she says that like all these anthropologists and East Asian academics are like doing this thing where they're like painting Japan with a broad brush, but she's literally doing it right now.
So education systems have effectively erased their history. I mean, I do think there is cases where that does happen at schools, but it's not uncommon to Japan because we do it in England as well.
Well, so what she's saying, right, is she's saying
sex trafficking of comfort women.
So what she's saying,
Germany, Japan
the sex trafficking of
Japan is simply not able to acknowledge its brutal history. Like she's talking about Japan like it's a monolith, but
statistically, I'm pretty sure most of them are kind of indifferent because it was so long ago. You know, the average younger Japanese person has no connection to the war whatsoever.
Yeah.
So either they don't care or they like are quite presently knowledgeable that like they were the aggressors. I mean, they kind of have to know that though because like their current relationships with the G7 kind of are precedent on that they're a different country now.
But like the main thing, though, right, is that like as we see in the case of Koizumi, is that like they will acknowledge past atrocities. Like they will do that. Will. Yeah, certain people. Well, like that's the thing, right? It's just like certain people will. It just happens that one of those persons is, the former prime minister. And so, like, what she's doing here, she's saying, okay, one prime minister is not. The other prime minister, who she's not mentioned, did. But she's saying Japan as a whole is just
and the one
not
before
doing
then,
it.
The one before then also acknowledged it, but he's not part of the LDP. So
and you got Naoto Kan, who's just like, all this radiation, bro.
Too much radiation, bro.
Too much radiation, bro. So it's
fish, man.
It's a really contested sort of image that's being sort of painted over in this really homogenizing, totalizing way.
Japanese government, media, and education systems have effectively erased their history of state-enforced.
Again, this the English do this too, because it's all about how you teach these subjects. It's not necessarily. I mean, a lot of states are not like the best at doing this sort of stuff. I guess it doesn't make it right, but like usually they use the word incident, right? That's kind of like the key of a lot of Japanese textbooks that have these things. They have it for they have like a fucking paragraph about it, and it'll be like the Nanking incident, and then it will kind of like brush over some of the more inner details of that situation. But bro, they don't even teach fucking British Empire over here. They literally don't teach it. They don't teach the Opium Wars or any of that shit. Or the fucking Irish famine. They don't teach any of that shit. They're just like, what is that? Never heard of it.
Well, I mean, like, it happens in Canada too.
What is
like,
Ireland?
Like, it happens in Canada too. I mean, like, a lot of people know what a residential school is, but they don't know how bad it was.
Yeah.
Like they thought it was just a place where people got converted to Christianity and whatnot, but no, they don't know about the rest.
They don't know.
They don't know about the bones.
Like there's been more of a push in Canada to like sort of like outright talk about that kind of thing. But there's still
usually
like a significant
system is not where that happens though.
Yeah,
that tends to be like I remember I'm kind of like a case study for it because the 1 year I was at school for doing history, we actually did Bloody Sunday, which is like that never happened again. Because that's about British war crimes, like the dum-dum bullets and the British war crimes and the Irish, occupation. Like they were like, "No, we're never doing that again." Like that, I think that was just us, and they were like, "No, we can't." No, we're not. I think they just stopped doing the topic after that.
Ai Matsunaga claims that, quote, no eugenics movement ever existed in Japan, end quote.
Who's this person? Who are they?
Matsunaga?
Why are they important? Are they some randomer? Are they in the government?
Do they reflect? Okay. Eiichi Matsunaga, not A Matsunaga.
Oh, okay. So we got the name
well, now
wrong.
I'm just getting a different thing. A Matsunaga, threatened abortion, hormone therapy. Okay,
They're a university grad. Is it? Maybe I'm getting a different person up.
Eiichi Matsunaga.
Sorry, did they mention who they are? Or are they just saying it? Like, are they government? Are they?
They're just
are they university?
Genetics and cytogenetics, but who are they?
Oh, are they eugenics? Are they a eugenics person? So, are they a scholar?
Department of Human Genetics, National Institute of Genetics, Mishima.
So they are a eugenicist.
Yeah.
Ironic, the eugenicist doesn't think eugenics happens in Japan.
This is the man that established Japan's DNA bank for the National Institute of Genetics.
Okay, so this is who he is. Okay, so maybe
This is an outright lie.
We really just gotta let her we really just gotta let her cook to the end of the paragraph.
In here,
yeah, we can't be doing an EFAP thing. We gotta let her cook.
Because eugenics was a fundamental part of Japan's philosophy during and after the war. Yeah, I said after the war as well, the war that ended fascism. This story is really, really.
It didn't end fascism. What are you on about?
We did it, guys.
I feel
what do you
like
think happened in Spain? Oh my god, this is the. Oh my god, I hate this.
Man,
what do you think? Just Spain? Like Spain was a fascist country? Fucking.
We should have done this yesterday when Richard was available. Man, he would have lost his mind. He would have lost his mind.
Maybe it was for the best we didn't. I mean, he can be angry in the comments.
Made its way into the country.
Dude, we would have been sitting here in the voice chat, and all you hear is a short sword unsheathing.
Oh dear.
Country of Japan through the influence of Germany and the United States. Yes.
Okay, so that's because Britain's the eugenics. No, you got this wrong. The Nazis stole the homework from the British, and then the Americans as well. But like the British started that, so the homework was stolen from both of them.
I think
give us the credit, damn it.
Yeah, we created the term. Well, not me, because I'm separate. It's from Oxford. Oxford fucking.
Okay.
Was it Oxford? It was Oxford or Cambridge, one of the two. They literally were like, it was very popular, even in the left circles. It's kind of fucked up.
All right, so Lime says he thinks that was a joke. So yeah, sure. Let's go with that. I usually can't. I think the beat fascism part.
Okay, I'll give him that.
Yeah,
I'll slide.
That sounds like a joke. Yeah, I can't tell.
I think that was a joke. I think that was an offhand mention.
I can't tell when something's a joke unless it has like a Mr. Beast like pog face.
Yeah,
I need like a laugh cue. That helps.
Yeah,
autism.
Okay, you see that disparagingly, but as I'm getting like older and as I'm starting to pay less attention to things, like I'm just like now I understand why they have laugh tracks because sometimes I'm like,
please be patient.
Be
patient with us. We would be victims of the Japanese eugenics program.
It's just
I'm a victim in the British pay count. Fucking. They put a do not resuscitate. Do not resuscitate on COVID people who had autism.
It's like I
literally like no, leave them to die. I was like, fuck it out.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't.
They adopted
I don't have my papers.
and warped version of Mendelian genetics that claimed it was possible to selectively breed specific qualities like intelligence.
So is this the eugenics breakdown they're doing right now?
I think so. Yeah.
I hope you guys know that. In the context of the Japanese Empire specifically, eugenicists attempted to catch up to the Western race, who they believed to dominate the world racially. They construed this in a weird, anti-imperialist fashion to garner sympathy from the Asian neighbors they were about to colonize. They claimed that they would be an empire for the Asians to fight against.
I mean, I think the other reason is that there's some of those Asian neighbors that have also been colonized by the Europeans.
Yo, she did the shaking thing. That was cool.
Okay.
While for a period of time it was only discourse, eugenics found itself into government policy through the 1948 Eugenic Protection Law, replacing its predecessor in 1940. In Article 3 of the EPL, doctors were permitted to sterilize people.
Oh, that's her audio. Okay. I was just like, is my laptop screaming at me? What's going on here? Okay.
With perceived mental and or physical abnormalities.
I'm probably jumping the gun. I'm curious. How does this relate? How does this 1948 policy relate to hikkikomori? Maybe she'll get to it, but I'm just really
let her cook.
I'm kind of confused. Yeah, I'll let them cook, I guess.
Let her cook.
So let's read this though. What's this? A physician shall apply. Is this just on the? Oh, in Hokkaido. Oh, okay, in Hokkaido. Okay, there we go.
Hokkaido.
Of course it's in Hokkaido.
Dude, we should get Life where I'm from. Get him to talk about eugenics. Prefectural Eugenic Protection Commission for the examination.
I mean, what do we call it when it's like cultural eugenics? What do we call that? What's the term for that? Because if you're talking about Hokkaido, that happened to them, right? They weren't allowed to speak their language. It was like, wasn't that outlawed and stuff like that?
Isn't that just called cultural genocide?
Yeah,
it might be called cultural genocide. Yeah. Because that happened to like everyone in Hokkaido.
Dude, America is nothing but
linguicide is a.
Dude, America is nothing but cultural eugenics, man. You drive anywhere, you see nothing but a Panda Express, like every block. Crazy.
Do you? Right. I haven't been to the States in a while.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't live in America.
Neither do I.
I'm the American expert here. What do you want to know?
How many Panda Expresses per block are there per capita?
Not as many as you would think.
I don't even know if we have any over here. I haven't seen any.
Also, the plural is Panda Expressi. I'll have you know.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
I didn't know that one.
Is it a Latin root?
I don't know.
I'm gonna push back. I'm gonna push back on that joke that was made in. Is it a Latin root or a Greek root? We need to know. You know.
Express etymology.
Yeah, we gotta figure that out.
Come on, Google. Tell me this now.
Yeah. From the Latin words ex out and presi to press.
Okay. I guess it is expressi. All right.
And then turned French. Interesting.
Yeah.
French, also colonizer.
To society. In order to go through with the sterilization, doctors were to refer to the Eugenic Protection Commission, who would determine whether or not the patient.
I'm a little bit remiss because I'm pretty sure these policies aren't inherently Japanese. Are we going to get into that? Because there are policies like this, I think, also in the States, weren't there?
Yeah. So there's kind of a house of cards argument.
I mean, probably England. Absolutely in England.
There's kind of a house of cards argument that's happening right now, right? Which is that why did I think the fundamental argument or the fundamental question she's trying to answer here is why did the hikikomori thing as an object of analysis emerge in Japan? And there is arguably an argument, which is that the popularization of a specific kind of psychoanalysis happened in Japan. But I think the argument she's posing here is that there's a specific set of institutional implementations that sort of normalize a sort of Foucauldian imagination of human psyche, which led to a sort of reproduction of relations of existence that we call the sort of hikikomori phenomenon in Japan. The only problem here is that again, as you note, these are not factors particularly unique to Japan.
No.
So we haven't gotten to the what about Japan element here.
List of undesirable hereditary impairments. This list included schizophrenia, manic depression.
This is starting to feel like eugenics Japan. You know, like that meme.
Oh, what the
oh thing. Yeah.
It's just I'm trying to figure out what the
well let them cook. Let's let them cook because we jumped the gun a couple of times. Let's not make a fool. Let's not put egg in our face.
That's true. Yeah.
See where it's going.
That means albinism, psychosis, mental deficiency, and so much more. It's hard to encapsulate into one list. I mean, tag yourself. But these are just words on paper. What's more important for us to understand as disability historians were the real effects of this legislation, because not all people followed proper protocol, regardless of how inhumane it already was. For example, patients of psychiatric hospitals and other institutions for developmental disabilities would often coerce or trick their patients into receiving the procedure when they didn't qualify for the involuntary method. That is when the Eugenic Protection Committee said that they couldn't perform it. On one occasion, an intellectually disabled patient of a mental institution was operated on without even being told why. It turns out her parents had arranged for the sterilization. Her own parents.
Yes.
Furthermore, in order to be admitted or
That's
discharged from many of these institutions, sterilization was a required procedure to prevent inmates from reproducing and creating undesirable offspring. What was most shocking to me was the amount of cases in which parents were the ones to push this procedure on their children, even when they were minors. To prevent your own child from starting a family displays the extent to which disabled people in Japan were dehumanized. This legislation gave way to a wave of illegal and dangerously performed sterilizations. Instead of physicians, sometimes unqualified university professors would perform these operations, as if a disabled person's body is an appropriate research ground. Other times, physicians
Well,
would
knowing the
legally-
British and the Elephant Man, I don't think this is anything new.
I didn't know you were a David Lynch fan.
Yeah, I've seen the film. I've got the film. Funny enough, he's actually the film was so popular, a real person came out of it, like popped out. You know?
Wow,
They cared
interesting.
more about
Look
her
at that
feminine
pop.
appearance than her ability
No.
to
It just happened to
reproduce. To make matters
like a
worse,
miraculous conception
this inhumane law
out of
was
the steam
established-
mill.
All right, so we got like 6 minutes left. I need to see how this is going to tie into hikikomori, or if this is going to
Yeah.
be
I'm kind of figuring out because
Is
I
this
mean
gonna be
I don't
like a
really object to any of that.
correlative
That's
thing?
pretty horrible, but that is the
Yeah.
eugenics way. I'm unfortunate. It's pretty
published
it's pretty fucking
3
nasty.
years after the war had officially ended and peace was restored. And it lasted until 1996. So why and how were they able to get away with it? Wasn't this the war that ended fascism? Well, it's not that simple.
We're not going to talk about the war again, are we?
Post-war occupation negligence.
Okay, we're back to the war. Okay.
So
After the
America
war.
occupied Japan
Uh-huh.
after the war to see the country's transition from fascism into a democratic and capitalist-friendly nation. The existence of this policy in the post-war sphere reflects the prioritization of economic growth rather than the assurance of human rights. The preservation of capitalism essentially was more important than the sterilization of disabled people. The reason why Germany
I don't really understand that sentence, but okay.
I mean, I think it's missing a little bit of context in terms of like, yeah, the capital was important, but some of the factors you were talking about earlier are kind of a byproduct of the American occupation, what they did. I mean, it came out I think about 10 years ago that like the American occupation also made sure that like, Japanese war crimes would not take as harsh of I guess crime, like imprisonment as the Germans did, because they wanted to keep the nation kind of like stable. So they said, okay, well, we're going to make sure that the emperor doesn't get any reprimanded at all. He would have been executed, but no, if that might create instability, that may cause an ability for communism to rise in the country. So we will not let that happen. So we're not going to make him take any crimes. We're going to be pretty light on most of the higher ups because we still need you to have a functioning government.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next stage was like, we also are going to put money into a new party called the LDP, which will then hopefully be able to take any left-wing party out by merging the many more right-leaning parties in the country together. And then we're going to funnel money into it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it became a one-party system.
condemnation for their eugenic philosophies.
Hey man, look, okay, the Socialist Alliance happened, all right? They were able to do it they were able to do it in 94, and then that stupid earthquake happened. All right? We could have had it. We were so close. And then Tenbatsu happened, God descended and was just like, no socialism for you.
No. We were so close.
Japan did not, goes back to the United States. You see, after the war, the Allied powers, the US, UK, Soviet Union, and France occupied Germany to help them transition into a democratic country. Of course, the occupation was far from perfect. It had a fair number of flaws, but the way that Germany turned out compared
There's probably an understatement, right?
in the 21st century goes to show there was
Okay, good. Pause this for a second. Are they going to mention Okinawa at all?
I don't know. We'll see. Let's let them cook and let's
It's
see.
still under American occupation.
Okay, there's literally 5 minutes left. Let's take a look.
Yeah, there are decades of like horrible stories and riots and protests and a lot of other stuff.
Weird about Japan's occupation. And this is because Japan's post-war transition was only overseen by the US, who had different priorities that we may know of. I mean, guys, if we let these
Only.
violations slip.
Wait,
So
let me
do you
see
think
here.
if the British or the Germans or the French were there, it would have been better?
Well, let's see what they say here.
There was something a little bit
Yeah, okay,
weird
I'll let
about
them
Japan's
cook.
occupation. And this is because Japan
Stop being such a
the
hater,
way that
Steve.
Germany turned out compared to Japan in the 21st century goes
No, that's
to
a great
show
video.
there's
I'm
something
having a great time.
weird about Japan's occupation.
I mean, I like the
And this is
background.
because
Background's
Japan's
nice.
post-war transition was
Some
only
nice
overseen by the
flowers.
US,
Yeah,
who had
nice. I think the
different
lighting's alright. Yeah.
priorities that we may know of. I mean, guys, if we let these human rights violations slip by, maybe Japan can help us
Is
fight
that like
the
a
bad commies.
salt crystal
My
lamp?
comments will probably
Maybe.
be a
Hell
war
yeah.
zone after this take.
Giving off
Please
Give that
refrain
sense?
from any war
Lights.
crimes. Anyways,
Positive
this law
energy.
gave way to
What?
Oh, do you not know the thing about salt crystal lamps? Salt lamps?
They smell.
No, like the idea is like they emit like electrolytes into the like air
Oh,
around
okay.
you and make
So you get less thirsty.
it's supposed to like cure depression or whatever.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Yeah,
So they just put some salt in the air.
the Himalayan salt lamp. It's like a snake
work?
oil thing. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Oh.
If
I thought it
only
was gonna.
that simple, right?
I thought it was gonna be like the Wi-Fi version of Powerade, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought it was like after a run, you put that on,
Yeah,
like
it
you
says
feel a bit
sick.
better.
blood flow, improves sleeping, boosts serotonin levels, reduces asthma symptoms, increases energy
Wow.
levels, reduces stress, improves breathing, improves
That's a
your
lot of
mood.
factors.
Yeah, well, it's because
It's crazy how so many of those improvements are things that also can work with the placebo.
I mean, it's a nice looking lamp. I wouldn't even know it had any side effects. I'd still buy it.
Yeah.
It looks nice.
it's actually emitting radiation.
over 20.
Oh yeah, but what isn't? This computer probably is. My phone is. You know, the microphone.
Anyways, this law gave way to over
Microwave.
25,000 sterilizations in the span of 50 years and had a tremendous impact on the perception of people who are neurologically different. And while Prime Minister Shinzo Abe technically compensated surviving victims,
Okay, so I want to say this video is great, all right? This video is great because she has the exact same problem I have, which is the water heater kicks in at the most random times during recording. And it's just like, all right, do I continue recording or do I wait until it shuts off?
you have to just keep going.
And in this case, you know, she's a trooper. She's just like, nah, I'm getting this
That's
thing
me
done.
too. I respect that because it's not the water heater for me, but the toilet downstairs is incredibly loud and you can fucking hear it sometimes recording
like, this
because it makes fucking monster noises.
You see, I have avoided this predicament by not having any running water in my apartment.
Of course. How could I have? I should have thought of that.
Precisely.
Should have got a well like my aunt did once back in the 80s.
Like my good
Back
friend
in the
Ted
old
Kaczynski,
country.
living out in the woods.
Dude, that's the perfect recording environment, man.
Really is.
apology for the
I mean, you get a good
sterilization law,
ambience.
surviving victims, and issued a formal apology for the sterilization law. This action was simply a band-aid on a bullet hole. While the law is gone and
The issue I
apologies
would
were
say though
issued,
is like,
disabled
were the positions on these conditions better beforehand? Because we're talking like I don't know, was Japan suddenly like, were they quite understanding of these mental conditions back in the 40s or beforehand? Because I know it wouldn't have helped, but like, it seems like, are we arguing that it was better before, or it would have been better if they had not done this?
I don't know. I don't know.
People in Japan face bullying and alienation from their friends and family to this day.
Here we go. Hikkikomori.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Face bullying and alienation from their friends and family to this day. After all, for more than 50 years, they were told they were undesirable and didn't deserve to reproduce.
Probably more than 50
did not
years.
deserve to have a family. Regardless of anti-discrimination laws,
but that only pertains to those with mental illness and that know they have mental illness, though, which doesn't necessarily embody all hikikomori.
Yeah.
Because, you know, people who get bullied aren't just the people who have mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
Prejudices persist in this country because for years disabled folk have been treated like they were subhuman. For example,
okay, I feel, can we pause for just because I feel like that's some of an undercurrent there, but I'm not really in love with that to imply that all hikikomori are in themselves a mental illness. I'm a little worried about that framing. I don't know. Is that what's going on?
I think that might be the
might be uncharitable.
I feel like that might be the framing it's going for.
Not really a fan of that.
I think the framing that it's going for is that like a lot or a significant population of hikikomori have mental disabilities, and there is a long history of eugenicist programs targeting people with mental disabilities in Japan. So I think that's like the argumentative thread that seems to be the case.
I see. I don't know if the studies are actually big enough, though. That's my concern. And even looking at this one I'm looking right in front of me, a smaller study of 52 patients found, I think they said 6 diagnoses had anxiety disorders. That was the biggest percentage of them, which I don't know. Phobic anxiety disorder as well. 19% had severe stress, which I don't know if that really counts as a mental illness necessarily in the way that they're talking.
So
the
difficulty here is the difficulty here is like
it's a very small sample size.
So like the difficulty here is I'm just having a difficulty seeing the connection being made between like the eugenicist policy as it transitions into like the social conditions which create hikikomori. Like I'm having difficulty seeing those.
I think they're slightly different apples and oranges in a way, because if we're talking, they mentioned bullying, right? Like bullying doesn't inherently have to be about mental illness. Like bullying, Japanese bullying stories I've heard some pretty intense in certain circumstances. It's pretty bad. But it doesn't inherently have to be that. Though perhaps people who are bullied will end up having trauma and perhaps will lead to them more likely developing mental illness issues like depression and anxiety. So it's kind of like is that like a chicken and egg thing where like the people who are bullied are more likely to end up with mental illness because of the damage that came from the situation.
This is,
well, let's see. Diagnosis, and diagnosis can, in a lot of situations, things are not diagnosed.
They still have 3
I was
more
not diagnosed with ADHD until I was 28. I had to go out of my way to do that. And that's here.
Quotas for people with disabilities. And while this may sound like a step in the right direction, it actually ends up excluding a lot more people than it does include people. Sue mentions being denied spots because disability slots would be taken up. She was literally told, quote, "Oh, we're not hiring people with disabilities right now," end quote. As if she was just some box to tick off, as if she was less than human. Now can you see why it's a band-aid on a bullet hole? This is such lazy legislation.
Is there a case there in Japanese law for like a lawsuit? If you get that, I guess you'd have to prove they said that.
To acknowledge
I don't know how the discrimination laws in Japan work on
that. Towards people with disabilities. It doesn't get at the underlying issues because that means acknowledging Japan's brutal past, and that's not good for the country's image, is it? Sue mentions.
Okay, so that's a little bit.
Those these are very different. These are very different subjects. This argument is not connecting. This argument is like not connecting.
Because I'm gonna be honest, like I've been on the other side of people employing, in my jobs, I've seen the other side of small businesses employ, and like they're just as bad. They just don't say it. Like there are a lot of situations. This is the problem with a lot of these businesses. They do this all the time. I have friends who are disabled who have struggled incredibly hard to get jobs because of these cases. They would never say that, right? These companies would never say that because then it would be a lawsuit. But they do this all the time. They can just pretend you don't have the qualifications, but they do it all the time. They just aren't bold enough to say it to your face.
Yeah, this connection is not like These are 2 separate claims. These are 2 separate claims that
and I mean,
don't think are
the image of the country is not something that the average person necessarily might care about in the broad strokes of it.
That employment is one of the largest.
Maybe like the government figure might care about that.
In Japan, Now do you guys understand?
But it probably
where I'm
looks
going
worse
with
on them
this
to deny the
hikikomori
crimes than it does to
connection?
say they happened
Because
on
of
the world
failure
stage.
to properly address
And I'm sure they
and
know that.
educate people about their heinous actions.
Wait.
Because of failure to. Now do you guys understand where I'm going with this hikikomori connection? Because
Not
of
really, if I'm
failure
honest.
to properly address and educate people about their heinous actions, the Japanese government has
Who
stacked the odds
is
impossibly
educating them?
high
Are we talking
for
about
disabled
schools?
people seeking
The
employment,
government
making many of them retreat
in
to
general?
solitude, retreat to the
Television?
hikikomori state.
Okay, this is okay, so we're getting into conjecture now. We're getting into counter. I thought she was a historian. You're not supposed to do counterfactuals.
I think they said they were a student, didn't they? Or am I misremembering?
Yeah, I don't know.
Making many of them retreat to solitude, retreat to the hikikomori state.
It would be good to get a hikikomori confirm that.
Minds have not been changed, and misguided prejudices still persist in the workforce, schools, and even family.
They absolutely do. Like the misguided prejudices are everywhere, but they exist in such multifaceted levels. There's patriarchy, there's disability, there's also levels of racism that we know, even within Japan, you know, with different like sects and like subgroups that we know about, you know, if it be the Korean Japanese or the what's the old I forgot the name of it, you know, the one about like the people who were different jobs back in the day, but people still keep those lists for. Yeah, the Brockman.
Yeah.
That's like it's definitely more complicated than simply like just mental illness, but obviously that is a factor.
Yeah,
but they all kind of tied together in a big horrible group.
Yeah, it's the difficulty is like figuring out what I guess you can call the R factor in this, you know, like to what extent that particular thing historically has an effect upon like what's going on now, or at least in the sense that, at least in the context that would lead to observations by Saito Tamaki, right?
Yeah, I mean, also you need to be diagnosed, and I think that this is the big problem because in most countries it's actually very hard to get diagnosed. Depending, there's a lot of factors to getting diagnosed, and I think that makes things a bit more complicated. And especially if there's a taboo related to these conditions, it's actually less likely people would get diagnosed if it would lose them jobs, if it loses them work, if it loses them these things.
Also, another thing, right? Another thing that is kind of an important element to note. Once again, like there's a reason why I start off with like the truancy definition, which is that like so this discussion along the lines of like eugenics has like this exterminationist like sort of like dimension to it, but hikikomori is used oftentimes in a institutional sort of like legalistic definition. It creates problems, but very different problems than what she's implying. You know, it sort of absolves structural reasons to address some particular things. I think what she's saying, like the simple argument that she's making, right? The argument she's making, put simply, is that like there's a long ongoing process of like undesirability that has been sort of like reproduced over time, which has led to a symptomatic phenomenon, among other things, I assume, but a symptomatic phenomenon that we would see as hikikomori, which I think is a reasonable argument.
Sure.
If you say that, if you say it's like it's a factor, I'm willing to believe it's a factor, but like there's this very sort of like tight, neat narrative that's, I feel like it's kind of missing a lot of the ways in which it's like hikikomori actually is being used.
Yeah, like what is are there any studies that are like, what is the most common factor of someone becoming hikikomori? What, like, is it an event? Is it a trigger of stress? Is it a traumatic event? Is it depression? Is it just pure doomerism? Like, what triggers that? Is it bullying? Because bullying seems to come up quite a lot.
Well, so like even in Saito Tamaki's initial like discussion, it was a series of interviews he did. So it's hard to like quantify these things. It ended up being very hard to quantify these things. Even in like Zielenziger's discussion, it was like all interviews. Bullying comes up a lot. Bullying is one of the ones that comes up a lot. But I don't know what like the main factor would be. I feel like,
well, I guess, I mean, my assumption would be that, like, obviously, that the schools aren't taking responsibility or trying to help those students out, which is not uncommon in a lot of places, to be fair. But, like, bullying is usually just kind of accepted, kind of shrugged.
Shocking.
Thus, like, if there's no way of you getting protection from the school, then why go back, right? If you can't get, if there's no safety, I mean, it's effectively a prison, right? Why go back to prison?
At the beginning of this video, I mentioned that people often reduce the hikkikomori phenomenon to the conformist nature of the Japanese. Not only is this a misinformed stereotype and a fundamentally unanthropological way of analyzing culture, but it also plays right into the hands of empire sympathizers trying to erase their negative legacy, trying to deny brutality.
It's really weird that she said that, because the literature she uses that says that is kind of really uneasy about saying that.
I don't know if the Chinese person was an empire sympathizer. I'm not sure about that one.
I'm going to assume the Chinese person, English might not be their first language. That's a really big deal.
Yeah.
That's a really, really, and so that seems like a weird thing to say, but like if English is not your first language and you're trying to write something in English, you might use words that come loaded in a specific way that you might not know.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Blaming issues on society is an easy cop-out because it doesn't require direct confrontation and historical analysis. This minimizes the suffering of thousands of people and downplays atrocities that are already overlooked. Disability history is sadly very overlooked, and stories like these sterilizations are often erased from history.
I mean, so like I don't understand like why you're like meshing hikikomori and disability together in this particular way, because like I feel like there has not yet been a sufficient sort of argument that sort of crafts it in that way. Like there's a lot of discussion about like Japan's use of disabilities with regards to how it uses it as a weapon with regards to national identities. Like there's a reason why like there's a massive battle over like what the deaf Japanese language is supposed to look like.
Yeah.
There's also a reason why Japan had
do they have a specific one?
Yeah, they have a JSL, I believe. But there's also a reason why when you actually chart back like early post-war trans operations, Japan actually was one of the earliest ones, but it wasn't as like, but it's a very fractured kind of history because you might look at it and say, oh, wow, Japan is very trans friendly, but it comes in with like a lot of regulatory sort of implications about like what it believes like a body is.
Yes.
And so like there's a lot of stuff that you can actually talk about with regards to like non-cis heteronormative, like neurodivergent bodies. But I don't know if hikikomori is necessarily the one that clicks, because as she notes, I think very well at the beginning of the video, is that like this is not a phenomenon unique to Japan. Like this really is not a phenomenon unique to Japan. Like we're seeing it in Korea. It's there in places in
modernity,
East Asia.
right?
There's like there's also like the Tamping movement in China that was flared up quite a bit back, which was like the lying flat movement, like doing the bare minimum, not going out, doing all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, good for them.
And then there's, as she says, it's showing up in the United States. But so it's very difficult to sort of, she talks about like history, but I don't see the link yet. Maybe she needs a little bit more time to cook,
I don't know if I was being, I don't know, cynical maybe. I wonder if the hikikomori term is there because it's maybe
SEO.
Yeah, maybe, because I feel like writing something about like Japanese disabled maybe isn't as catchy. But I don't know if their intention was to get like views, because they have like free videos on their channel. So I don't know if that's what they were really thinking about. But maybe that was just I don't know, an umbrella thing. Like you're like, I'll throw this stuff I've learned about this, and I'll throw it in with hikkikomori because it vaguely connects. If you look at it like this.
So don't blame hikikomoris, don't say it's their fault, because it isn't. The cards have been stacked against them. What we should blame is the government's lack of accountability on this issue and push them to
But it's not just that issue though, is it? There's many issues there in terms of the hikkikomori, which there's a lot there that makes it a little bit more complicated than simply just disability. I mean, even looking at this little thing here.
All right, so now let's talk about
confirmation here.
Now let's talk about Lain. All right, let's talk about Lain. Finally, aha. All right, 21 minutes. Jesus. Okay.
Just took us 2.5 hours.
Just cool, fresh. Hours, cool, fresh time. All right, let's go.
Actually, I'm gonna go get some water.
Can we just take a kind of like run and just grab a soda?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we might be here for a while.
Good lord, yeah, this video's even longer.
We'll be back in a sec.
I will be back in about 5 minutes.
Why did she link a YouTube search query? Yeah, I'd say in terms of like the overall video, I would probably say I would give it let's go with a 7 out of 10. Let's go with that. I'm gonna go with a 7 out of 10. Maybe the Lain one will be different. Baudrillard spotted. All right, let me see here. Susan Napier. Okay. When the machine stopped. 2002 to 2005. Is Japan a homogenous, collectivist wonderland or not? Well, Oscar, you'd be surprised, but I don't think it is. That might be a crazy thing, but I don't know. I'm having doubts. Yeah. Yo, look at this knife. Hell yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Here's a question about hyperreality. If I look at a picture of a tree, or if I hang out next to a tree, does it have the same effect? Can your brain tell the difference?
I think it's less about the brain part, more of like the implication part. Because the whole idea is that like when you look at the tree, you think it's the exact same thing as if you had been, by the tree. And so the implication.
Well, I'm thinking more in terms of like people say like going out in nature is good for you or some shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. So I'm curious if you were to look at these images or surround yourself with images and sounds, is that to your brain good enough to trick it into getting the positive effects of it? Or is it more complicated than such things?
I don't know. This is where like Richard would come in, Well, all I know is the Disneyland example.
What's that one?
where you leave Disneyland and then you go back home to quote unquote reality, but reality itself is negotiated by images anyways. But the whole point of Disneyland is that it creates a sense of realness to the place you're going back to.
Okay, so it sort of highlights the difference.
You see it's not that it highlights the difference, is that you go to Disneyland and you see like Main Street and the streets of Americana in like the amusement park, and you're saying how quaint. It's like representing like a thing of Americana, but it's not like representing a thing of Americana. But when you leave Disneyland, you go, okay, well, I'm going to go back to like real America, but the real America is still nevertheless negotiated by images regardless. Disneyland is a sort of a reinforcing agent of sorts.
What if you don't live in America?
Okay, well, look, all right, you can't be throwing out curveballs at me here, all right?
I'm not thinking of my own experience at Disneyland. I mean, I guess it's no different to me, is it? It's just like that's just America.
I'm not a Baudrillardian, all right? We gotta get Richard onto this thing. We do.
I have to steal them.
The problem here is that he's in the situation where he's hanging out with his children
at this time. Well, I guess maybe because it'd be
I have no idea.
Behind me.
I have no idea.
Wait a minute. I'm going to get my charger for a second because I have this book recommendation on my laptop. So if I do need to quote something about fucking hyperreality, I'll just count there's an intro in there. I'll probably say something smart that I can just refer to the smarter person than me.
True. They know. Be like, pranked, dude. You've been pranked by hyperreality.
Yeah.
Hypothetically,
hyperreality. It's just like that Plato's cave shit, right? You just like if you live in a cave and your only concept of reality is playing fucking World of Warcraft, then that is reality to you, baby.
Hell yeah.
It's more real than the outside world that you've never seen.
I'll just be like Mackenzie Wark, Mackenzie Wark just be all like, yo, people know that the cave exists, that they know there's a world outside of the cave, but you know what? They choose to stay in the cave because the cave is cool and the outside world.
The cave has World of Warcraft.
Yeah. Because in the cave, you can understand the logic of the cave. The cave makes sense. You grind.
I mean, I found out.
You grind hard, you win.
Yeah, it's dungeon crawler.
Yeah.
You yearn for the caves.
Yeah.
Keep coming back to them.
You yearn for the caves.
Yeah, that's the dungeon crawling crowd. They're just like, in another life they were cave dwellers. There's actually a suspicious amount of caves in the area around me, but I've never actually been to. I only realized this out recently, that they're like a lot of like ancient caves.
Yeah.
There's actually one under Bristol that's like not very well known, but it's like really deep, and it's got like a green ocean at the bottom of it, and it just like it just exists under a park. And you're not really supposed to go to the public aren't really supposed to go to it, but if you like email a dude, you can.
Gotcha.
No, it's just kind of wild. Just the idea that, you just live. Imagine if like the local park around your area, there's fucking giant cave network under it.
Hell yeah.
Sounds like the plot of a Persona game waiting to happen. In fact, yeah, I need that charger.
Okie doke, I'm back.
All right, okay. I guess we just gotta wait for Steve to come back.
All right. We got some peanut M&Ms and some soda.
All right, Steve, you back? You ready?
Okay. Have anyone has anyone here actually watched Lain?
Yeah.
I've seen Lain.
You know, like 2 or 3 times.
All right, good.
I saw it many years ago.
I've seen the skateboarding video. Is that good enough?
I know an okay amount of Japanese identity stuff. So let's see. Maybe I'll have more to say than the eugenics thing.
I know a little bit about the behind the scenes stuff in terms of like the cyberpunk side.
Okay. All right, just to let you know, that's the atom bomb.
Is it? Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Crazy.
An
Oppenheimer himself?
Oppenheimer reference. Yep.
Sneaking out only in the dead of night to eat. The Japanese call the condition hikkikomori.
Oh, she's old narrative through line here.
Still doing it, huh? Okay.
Oh, we still talking about hikkikomori? Did the bomb affect them too? Like latent radiation or something?
Okay, so I do want to mention though that I think it's also incredibly funny. Okay, this is not a dig against her, but this is something I've noticed is that like so many people have like a completely like brain rotted image of the like of like televisual aesthetics, because like this looks like a VCR, right? Like you got the playhead and everything.
Ostensibly, yeah.
I mean, it looks like plugins for Premiere Pro to me,
but like the sound is like broadcasting.
Oh yeah. It's like, it reminds me of there's a Star video. It's some horror game he's talking about, and like he has like a smartphone or whatever. It suddenly goes all static, and he's like, "Oh my god, I've never seen that before." Analog static on a digital device.
Analog static on a digital device. Yeah.
only on YouTube.
Wait a minute, what? There is no real me? Oh my god, Persona, Pog?
I mean, Lain's very Persona 4 specifically.
Dude, I'm getting some Persona vibes.
40s to the 1990s, Japanese identity has been forced to be...
Okay, can we pause it for a second? I'm gonna be really irate because I noticed this before. I like the aesthetic here, but there's a couple things that bother me in terms of like I feel the camera is just a little bit too high.
She's got a lot of monitors.
Too high. I don't know if this is supposed to be like a Lain thing. I don't know if she's like a little tiny Lain or what. Hat's nice and everything. The Mac's really fucking me up. The Mac, because that's like a modern ass Mac, and these are supposed to be like the distance in my head really hurts. That modern clean Mac is the antithesis against what Lain would have been in terms of like that sort of analog. Yeah, it's just the complete opposite side of the spectrum. I guess nothing you can do about it if it's just what you got. But
yo, you only got a couple monitors.
Just put a sticker over, I guess.
Written and rewritten from the rise of the 1990s.
Okay, let me see here.
From the 1940s to the 1990s, Japanese identity has been forced to be written and rewritten. From the rise of...
Okay, all right, let's go.
Yeah, all right.
Why the 90s? What about the...
Because something happened, dude. The Om Shinrikyo attack, dude.
Are we gonna get into that?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm excited. I don't know anything.
I won't spoil this for you guys.
I'm excited. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about like Japanese cartoons, but I know enough about Japanese post-war identity. So let's go.
I know some stuff about that too.
Collective memory is a complex issue.
Two? Holy shit! Two? But we only talk about one of them. Isn't that kind of fucked up?
Ultranationalism to the dropping of the 2 atomic bombs. Collective memory is a complex issue amongst the Japanese population, especially today. The effects.
How many people in Japan are thinking about the bombs on a daily basis, though? I'm not saying they don't think about them at all, but like,
I would say the Neto Uyo who probably do. You know?
Are they?
Yeah, probably just online Japanese far right. You know, they probably think about the bombs all day. They'd be like, "Yo, why can't we get the bombs, dude? The radiation doesn't do anything. Who cares?"
Are they anti-American or pro-American?
They're like
these days.
They're like pro-American insofar as America is willing to help them fight China.
I mean, I'm pretty sure America will do that.
Yeah, you know.
Well, that's why they're there.
So this bygones be bygones?
Yeah, this is how you make realpolitik alliances.
Exactly.
Et cetera. Yeah.
I mean, they did just pay America a bunch of extra money after the Ukraine war. They just threw them a bunch of money to like exist in Okinawa still. They just threw them more military money.
And the subsequent dropping of the atomic bomb have been deconstructed repeatedly throughout several Japanese animations.
Oh, deconstructed? We gotta get Richard back onto this dude.
Oh, no.
Japanese
I can talk about
media in
deconstruction.
general. In Katsuhiro Omoto's Akira.
Okay, so this one, no, this is true though. To be fair, Akira is actually about the bomb. I mean, it's to some degree, but it's also more about the '60s Japan though, because that's when Otomo grew up.
I'm just saying that she just said
Omoto.
Omoto, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's Otomo. Okay, but I mean, whatever. We've all been there.
Okay, that's gonna be the one time. That's gonna be the one time I will cheese on that name pronunciation. I promise you, I will not. Look, all right, everybody goes through it once. I will not.
I mean, every time that I have to say a French name in a video, I get it wrong, and then some French person's like, "It's this," and I go, "I don't care."
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, so I will not do it. I will not do it anymore. I will not do it anymore.
Most people get very angry about that.
The writers portrayed the grotesque physical effects.
Writers? Don't you mean writer? Are we? I mean, we're talking about Otomo, right? He wrote the manga.
Was Otomo the only writer? I know in terms of like the manga, but I'm talking about like the anime. Was he the only writer of the anime?
I mean, it's an adaptation, but it's a pretty. I think so.
Yeah, it is
he
pretty.
Might have had a screenplay, but
well, it's
his
the manga
adaptation.
Yeah, but like
in terms of like it's his manga and it's his movie, and he had like complete creative control.
Well, in the manga, like Tetsuo doesn't become a goofy baby.
Yeah, but the manga wasn't finished when the movie came out.
Yeah, but he should have done the goofy.
He did adapt it into a more like streamlined fashion and sort of cut and choose and cut around the edges a bit. I mean, I can look it up if there was a screenwriter or not, but
I think it's a minor thing. I think it's a minor thing in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm being pendant.
Of radiation poisoning from
Wait,
though I think this is to me this is not a small thing, which is that Otomo was born in the 50s. He was born after the war. Takahata lived through the war, and he lived through fire bombings. That's a very different, distinct cultural.
That's going to be another thing with Lain, because everyone who worked on Lain was born from like between years 1955 and like 1970.
Yeah, none of them actually experienced the war in any facet besides.
Even really like the post-war like scarcity.
Yeah, like I mean, Miyazaki, Takahata, they lived through the scarcity, even though they were both a bit more middle class. So they didn't really feel it.
Boomers,
but like they knew it. They saw it. They have friends. That's about it.
All right, so let me see here.
In Katsuhiro Omoto's
about it.
They were around.
The grotesque physical effects.
Why are we describing it like it's like a band, like a musical band movement?
Okay, so this is kind of weird. So this is kind of weird because if you're going to talk about Japanese identity, Akira is a way more interesting piece of work if you talk about it in the context of like the political movements in the 50s to the 60s than radiation.
There there's iconography, certainly.
There's iconography, but
it's the Olympics, right? 1964.
Yeah, the 1964 Tokyo Olympics.
Of the punks. Also, think about the context of when it was made in 1982. That same year, what's that film that came out the same year, which was basically like the cyberpunk motorcycle film by the punk director? Is that called Cyber?
The Matrix.
Nah, that's fucking.
Wait. What are you talking about? Cyber.
1982. It was kind of considered Japanese cyberpunk motorcycle film, done by a pretty like low. It had a bunch of Japanese punk bands in it.
I know what you're talking about.
The film ran out of money and they didn't finish editing it, so the end of it's just like a montage.
Oh no, it is off the top of my head. I know the moment I hear that name. Yeah.
It's Burst C.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. It wasn't on my tongue.
Okay, no, I thought it was on there.
And the thing about Burst City is that the director knows Otomo, and he made an unofficial adaptation of his mangas a couple years beforehand.
Nice.
So there is like a deep connection there, but also Otomo likes American like rebel culture too, like Easy Riders and shit. So like you can kind of. Akira, in some ways, is kind of interesting because it's like one of the first really, really Japanese work that got adapted to the American sort of video market.
It's really funny Because Easy Rider also came up in Japan Sinks. Easy Rider comes up a lot.
Yeah, they like it. The film I was talking about is called Burst City, 1982.
Okay, let me see.
All right, well let's keep going here.
I have a copy of it. I do have it on Blu-ray actually.
Of radiation poisoning from the atomic bombs.
By
Okay, it's not an anime. Okay.
No, sorry, yeah, it was a live action film.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Kahata explores the story of two
by
children
Jukuru Ishii. He's like a punk sort of indie director type. He made God, I'm trying to think what his most famous film is. Maybe was it? Did he do the Electric one? Is that him?
All right, so
he did
continue.
Electric Dragon 80,000 volts. That might be his most famous.
All right, let's continue on.
In Grave of the Fireflies, Isao Takahata explores the story of two children orphaned by the war and their struggle to survive amongst the apocalypse that was left. Both of these films explore the physical devastation of 20th century Japan by depicting a post-apocalyptic world riddled with corruption.
Okay, I'm gonna do a Pandak one last time and just say that like Grave of the Fireflies is not post-apocalyptic. It's just a war-torn country, and actually, Grave of the Fireflies is probably a.
Wait, I'm confused.
Talking about both of them.
Oh.
I think she said both of these films, didn't she?
Yeah.
Both of these films explore the physical devastation of 20th century Japan by depicting a post-apocalyptic world riddled with corruption.
Grave of the Fireflies is pretty understated in its war thing because it's like a lot of the film is still quite set Japan in that like you know the town hasn't been fucking flattened. There is the firebombing at the beginning, but for the most part the film is like mainly at this small town in Japan. There's a farm. It's quite idealistic, and then it's kind of like the contrast between those two factors. It's not like Barefoot Gen, and it's not like a lot of these other.
I mean, if you want to talk about an apocalyptic story that deeply looks at post-war Japanese identity, you should take a look at. I was going to say Japan Sinks. You know.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I mean, you could go for that. Yeah, sure. If you want to talk about post-war, because you could make the argument that like something like Barefoot Gen or Gary the Fireflies has some level of autobiographic level because it's about both these men, in some way reinterpreting what they actually saw because Takahata actually survived a firebombing, so he knows what it's like.
Mm-hmm.
And the mangaka of Barefoot Gen was from Hiroshima, so he saw the bomb.
Yeah, he's saying kids are too busy eating hot chip nowadays.
I mean, Takahata did say that, yeah.
And collective sense of trauma. It is a wonderful depiction of the physical apocalypse that was post-war Japan. But today we're going to analyze.
Well,
okay, so
if I was going to be pedantic, Grave of the Fireflies is not about post.
I'm going to say, yeah.
I mean, it does that right at the end. Right at the end, to be fair, right at the end, it does show post-war Japan, but the rest of the film is not about.
I'm going to say it is not post-apocalypse because I'm gonna. I know this is going to sound pedantic, but this is literally what my PhD is about. Apocalypse. It is not post-apocalypse. Apocalypse is deeply concerned with a topos beyond a presumed ideology of the subject. All right? There is no great truth of an order being revealed at the end or at any single moment in Grave of the Fireflies. It is an examination.
The truth is that you need to get off your ass and get a job. That's the truth.
Look, all right, people are gonna be clamoring to ask for my thoughts when this Israel-Palestine thing.
Oh
really.
No. Oh,
you're gonna get a strike, Joe.
Right.
You know.
I know. I can't do it. Oh my god, dude. I'm.
You're tickling the dragon's tail right now.
For real.
Apocalypse that took place through analyzing the anime serial experiments Lain.
That seems to be quite a jump to me personally.
Yeah, why
we're
Lain?
Talking about like with Grave of the Fireflies and Akira, you can make the argument they basically came out around the same year. Well, it was roughly the same amount of time. Both, I think, 88.
Akira came out in like 84, I think.
No, the manga came out in 82. The anime came out in 88. Pretty sure.
88, really?
Yeah.
What the?
I've looked into it too
Yo,
many
I have
times.
I have a
Because I know because the videogram sales in Japan really
Oh, it is
boost after
88.
88.
Wow, I have a fractured
huge
concept
increase.
of time.
84 is Nausicaa.
That's
Ah.
Joe. Can you type in Alzheimer's into Google real quick?
Oh.
Yeah. So the manga
why,
starts in 82.
Why did that autocorrect?
Ends in the 90s. Oh no. But yeah, I mean, Otomo is like, he's much younger than Takahara is, and technically in mangaka, his background's very different. His palette is different, let's say.
Okay, let's see what they're gonna say about Lain. Shoutouts to my boy Konaka Chiaki.
Yeah, get those social woke warriors. Do it, man.
Absolutely.
keep grinding those YouTube streams, my dude.
I mean, he did show that he was like committed to the conspiracy theory, even in Lain, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he really did.
Lain, what are you doing? Go watch it. It's the best piece of media ever created, in my humble opinion. But I'll give you a synopsis of it.
I have it on Blu-ray.
Because I'm feeling generous today. The anime follows a story
I only watched the first episode though.
Schoolgirl by the name of Lain Iwakura. The story begins with a
Okay, is this in 30 FPS? I feel like it is.
It
is. It is in 30 FPS.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That means she's interpolated the footage because it's probably shot. It must be shot on 24 or 5. What would it be if it's Japan?
Maybe she's doing it
3.97.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the TV one.
Maybe she's doing a TV broadcast thing.
I guess if she was maybe if her TV was set up wrong and it was like the American broadcast that maybe it accidentally becomes 30 for some reason.
Yo, this is art. This is art. Okay, this is art.
Mika, I just messed up in the Premiere timeline.
No, I think it's art, dude.
Maybe,
right?
I don't know, maybe.
Mika, I defend your honor.
In the grand schemes of it, doesn't really matter.
Suicide suddenly. Shortly after this, Lain begins to receive cryptic emails from said classmate claiming that she's still alive and in the Wired, which is the
She also starts getting emails from various Nigerian princes asking for her to wire them money.
Really wasn't nice.
Asking her to wire them money.
To abandon
over the wire
and meet her in the virtual world. This prompts the curious schoolgirl to upgrade to a more advanced computer, and she begins to spend more and more time exploring this virtual world. However, despite her introvertedness, Lain's classmates claim to have seen a more extroverted, almost arrogant version of herself frequent a nightclub called Siberia. As she upgrades her computer and
is this gay Lain?
called
My only experience of the scene is like the gay bar.
Oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, we have a hanging frame.
Probably.
We have a hanging frame. Look at that.
Uh-oh. We got him.
We have a hanging frame. Shapes, if you have not covered this on AnyTube Digest, this better be going in the not good category.
Because that sometimes happens to me, so I'm not gonna... I can't speak for it. I'm sure I've done it myself. So.
Shiv, we have objective proof that this video has a problem. We got a hanging frame.
As she upgrades her computer and becomes more and more engrossed in the world of the Wired, Lain encounters varying manifestations of her personality and suffers from an identity crisis. Lain was unable to distinguish what was reality and what was digital. Outside of the Wired, the boundaries between cyberspace and the physical world were also becoming increasingly blurred. Time and space were beginning to be distorted by the Wired. The anime very accurately simulates the feeling of disassociation and alienation through sound design and gorgeous visuals. But I am not here to gush about the anime, even though I would love to do so.
What?
Wait, no. Richard told me how to say this, but he didn't give me the sound clip, so I'm just going to say it wrong now to piss off the French.
Okay, all right.
It's Mr. Drill, Mr. B Drill.
B Drill on the mic.
Mr. B Drill.
Yeah. B Drill.
Mr. B Drill himself, the man of the simulacra.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me turn my laptop on. I need to get the I'm gonna pretend I know what I'm talking about. Come on, turn on laptop. Oh, it shut down completely. Fucking hell, what did you do? Why did you shut down? I have to wait for it to wait now. Okay, keep going. Yeah.
It's dead, Jim.
Yeah, it was like it decided that hyper reality was too much for it, and my laptop decided to shut down.
So Digital Devil Girl, like a hanging frame or a stuck frame or a stray frame, it's all the same thing. It's essentially when you're cutting, and then you have like a little bit of stuff.
Yeah, the frame left over, right?
Yeah, frame left over. Like that, right there.
Yeah, just a little dot. Maybe that's an aesthetic choice. I don't know.
As she upgrades her,
like that.
Is that how we're just going to be stocking everything up in this video?
So usually,
I don't know, it could be like a.
So the reason why that happens is she's probably editing the footage at 23,976, and then when she renders it out at 30,
it smooths some things. You think
it smooths and interpolates the the footage out, and then what it does is that like what the next frame is going to be like the next shot. This is why when you cut, you want to avoid. This is why when you cut, you want to avoid cutting directly on a frame, because if it's going to get interpolated in the render, it could accidentally cause 1 or 2 extra frames at the end of the cut. So you want to give, if you can, you want to give 1 or 2 extra frames out from the actual cut itself. So when it does render, you don't have to deal with like any stuck hanging frames. Now here's the thing.
Ideally you do the same frame rate, right? So.
You can do the same frame rate, but sometimes it's just not possible, right? Some things are going to be
multiple frames. Yeah. Different frame rates. Yeah.
Sometimes it's just unavoidable. If she's going for that 30 FPS look, then that
sleek 30 FPS.
I wonder. My guess is it's possible her monitors are in 60 and she's doing this at 30 to get rid of any potential sort of like stuttering, like sort of like rolling shutter. Because I'm looking at her monitors behind.
In a nightclub, more engrossed in the world of the
and
you
so
think that's 60? They're probably 60 hertz.
They're probably 60 hertz, but if she records it in 30, then that's essentially going to get rid of it because the shutters are going to line up right at 1/2. But if it was like 24, you're going to get like this little bit of a rolling shutter happen. I don't know if those monitors will do it. Some monitors will, some monitors don't.
Okay, I got a burning question now, which is not related to this at all. So I'm sorry, Joe, but what is that thing in the bottom left?
What bottom left?
In the video right now. No. Is it? No. Oh, is it better? Like, no, there's something in front of it. Is it?
Is there something in front of it?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I thought it looks like a stand. Is it? I thought it was like a.
Oh, I think it's just like the Lain bear hat on the stand.
Oh, it's okay. I think I could actually register what that was before. I was like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, that's so having different frame rates or developing different frame rates for a specific or different broadcast is usually not a big deal when it comes to video essays, but look, it has been something that was historically meaningful. I mean, that's one of the big factors as to why the Pokemon shock happened, because they animated that sucker at a different frame rate than the actual broadcast rate, and then that created the red blue flicker problem.
I think Lain came out after that. It's 98. I'm pretty sure Lain. So I don't know. So I'm pretty sure that would have coincided to be after. So I guess Lain would have to worry about flashing.
Suffers from an identity crisis.
Oh yeah. What did Richard say about the Beedrill?
He recommended that simulations. I don't think I've actually this one.
Okay.
Yeah, he said something about fucking simulacra, and so it's not a book to be read on its own.
Yeah.
And then he recommended the Evil Demon Images. The Evil Demon of Images.
Okay.
Which in its introduction does actually give a brief description of the concepts of Mr. Beedrill himself.
All right.
B.drill.
Yes. Wait. Yeah. Says the best intro text is the intelligence of evil, or the lucidity pact.
Okay.
Wait, have I got the wrong one here? I got the evil demon of images. I got the wrong one.
No, you got it. You're fine.
It might be
disassociation and alienation through sound design and gorgeous visuals. But I am not here to gush about the anime, even though I would love to do so.
Why don't you just do so?
I guess they probably will.
Part 2
poses existential questions about reality and identity in the context of a technological revolution. The parallels between today's reality and that in the anime are striking given the fact that it was released in the 90s. I mean, are we really so different from The Wired?
I mean,
that's just.
I think it was
I don't want to
more-
assume that this. She seems a bit younger than me, so it feels like Sumer speak a bit. And they're like,
I will
wow,
say
the
that,
90s.
I will also say, by the way, that you know, a lot of focus when it comes to comparing like depictions of internet in Serial Experiments Lain and the modern internet specifically has to do with like internet culture and the way people interact online. Mechanically speaking, The Wired and the internet, the World Wide Web, are not even remotely fucking similar. If you have like a degree in like information technology or anything like that,
Yeah, the internet was created by the American government, right, in the 70s. We're talking about the structure.
But fundamentally, what the internet is, it's just internetwork. It's basically just a bunch of different computers like all hooked up to get to one another. You can basically just think of a URL as like a file path in Windows Explorer. Whereas in Serial Experiments Lain, it's like this like weird thing, alien technology powered by kids with psychic powers using like the resonant frequency of Earth's atmosphere.
Now that's where you know the Akira's coming in.
That's where you know
that's where the Genmatisement starts coming in.
That's where you know Chiaki Kanaka is on something else. That's another thing. Like there was like a Serial Experiments Lain like NFT thing on Twitter a while back, and everyone was like outraged, like, "What? Did you not even watch the show?" And I was like,
"Oh, that sounds exactly like
the show did you? Yeah. What the fuck did you get out of this?"
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that because like that is more reflective of, or that more truly reflects the technology of radio.
Yeah,
like this penetrating ambient set of electromagnetic waves.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds a little Denpa, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's extremely Denpa. Yeah, that was something. I think Sam had wanted to make a video talking about Lain as Denpa, but I think abandoned the idea for one reason or another.
I mean, one of the imagery points of Lain, though, it is like it's the phone lines, is it not?
Well, I mean, even like the most I think probably one of the most identifiable features of Serial Experiments Lain is that fucking wire drone.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Well, it's
my ear.
The wire drone is like very useful because it's kind of reminiscent of like RF interference.
Yeah.
That thing that's always there, but you don't notice it until it comes in to disrupt.
Yeah.
Was this show made
I have
for
an amplifier. I could literally go replicate it if I wanted to.
Was this show made for Chuck? From a fucking
Better Call Saul, the peak Denver
She gets it, Jimmy. She gets it.
Internet personas distorting our perception of real people, and people tend to form distorting our perception. Wired, with hyper-exaggerated internet personas distorting our perception of real people, and people tend to form parasocial relationships with content creators who purposely amplify their personality for more clicks. They basically become friends with a fictional manifestation.
Okay, so I know based upon her sources, she doesn't mention it, but I really wish she did. There's a concept that I think is really useful in the context of online personalities called the data self. It's a term by Robert Horning, and essentially what Horning is saying is that like when you are in a structure that is quantifiable with regards to its capacity of like activity, you shape yourself in relation to what the data points want you. So you form what's called the data self. And so what Horning is talking about is that when you like scream or shout or get hyper dramatic on like a Twitch stream, your viewership goes up, the retention goes up. You get more quantifiable, data-driven things that point at it and say you are doing the right thing. So you essentially reproduce that thing, and then that becomes a new form of like presentation of a self.
It's a performance.
Parasociality is so parasociality maybe it's because I've just been talking to Lamar for like too long. But parasociality really should not be discussed unless it has some consideration of like television.
Yeah, because I was going to think about, if we're going back to the B-man himself and we're talking about this stuff, shouldn't we be taking it all the way back to like some of the more infamous cases? Like,
well, I mean, I think so. So there's something about Lain with regards to this discussion on broadcasting and parasociality and all this kind of stuff, which is that like I think it's a very interesting sort of discussion on television, not so much the internet. And
yes.
the reason, because like television is literally what is being like reflected in the sort of the visual aesthetics of Lain, in the context that like it is omnipresent. It is both directive and ambient media. It is a broadcast machine. It's essentially is a parasocial machine, arguably one of the first big parasocial machines.
The 90s as well, so TV is still the most predominant.
Yeah.
So of course you would use that from a visual standpoint.
Yeah, and so like I think television is realistically the big framework about Lain. It kind of reminds me of, and this is like a little bit of an aside, but it kind of reminds me of like how people have a tendency to favor tangible objects as valuable units of analysis, but they don't necessarily take seriously intangible objects. And so what I mean by that is that like people oftentimes, when they see a piece of media, they look at it and then they say, okay, well, this piece of media is, I don't know, like, let's say, okay, this piece of media is directly using imagery of like, I don't know, being online, the internet, right? And so they say, oh, because it's intangible, it must possibly be talking specifically about like online and internet and just that, right? So the example that comes to mind for me is like when people talk about Death Note, they always talk about Death Note with regards to the concept of justice and like the capital punishment, right? They always talk about Death Note like it's a discussion about like, does Light have the ability to, like, should Light have the ability to kill all of those criminals and all that kind of stuff using the Death Note? It's always like a moral framework. It's always a moral framework of justice and all that kind of stuff, because like that's intangible. So they think because it's intangible, that must be what it's talking about. But like when you take a look at like say like a film like say Melancholia, you know, it's about a giant fucking planet about coming to destroy the world. That is a tangible thing. So it must be a metaphor for something else. You know, there's a sort of object permanence that leads to the rise of a metaphorical reading. But like in something like Death Note,
are we saying allegories for cowards?
Allegories for cowards. So what I'm saying, like in something like Death Note, like the intangible element of justice, right? The intangible element of justice hides in my opinion, the sort of the deeper thread of neoliberalism.
Yeah,
like,
it's about nihilism and boy love, right? BL.
Yeah, it's yeah, boy, yeah, BL, yeah. Because like that's in my opinion like why Death Note works the way it does. It's like if you have a society that creates contradictions that don't resolve them efficiently or effectively or compellingly, it's going to create more and more people like L.
Yeah, he's basically the Joker.
Or Light. Yeah. It's going to create more and more. Yeah, like Light. But like the thing is that like most people, when they talk about Death Note, like 99% of Death Note analysis, like on YouTube, like in any place, it doesn't talk about that. It constantly talks about its symbolism. It talks about its symbolism. It talks about its sense of justice. It talks about all of these like things that are directly shown in the show, but they talk about it as if it is the great defining framework because it's intangible. Like, there is literally only one person who talks about Death Note in regards to its concept of justice as a metaphor for something other than justice, and that is Ueno Tsunehiro. Like, he's like, oh, this is about neoliberalism. And I feel like this is what's happening here. I don't know. I'm only 4 minutes in. Wow, this actually moved a lot faster than the eugenics one. But
yeah, I guess we haven't got to the B-man's main thesis yet.
Yeah, but like this is like the thing that's coming to me right now, right? Which is that like she seems to be seeing this as a discussion on the internet or on like the inchoate internet. But it seems like to me, Lain is a metaphor for television.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably, especially if you go to hyper reality, television would be a much better place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where the B-Man makes his point originally, is about multiple forms of like mass media.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he made that essay before the internet became predominant.
All right, so let's see what she's got.
Of a real person. We are bombarded with media and technology, and it seems to dominate nearly every aspect of our lives. We are constantly plugged in at all times, connected to everything.
Not my hero, Ted Kaczynski. Rip to a real one.
Rip to a real one, guys. F's in chat.
F's in chat.
No, I want to be. I want to. No, fuck him. I want to be the opposite of him. I want to be like the Wired version.
Dude, just constantly, Wait, you just want to be constantly online? That's just like a 14-year-old on Twitter, dude. Come on, man.
No, not like that though. I want to be the mainframe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I want to be one step ahead.
You be a drama YouTuber. You're constantly looking at stuff online.
Yeah. I'm going to absorb all knowledge, become like a big supercomputer.
Or are they just using beauty filters? Was the script actually written by me, or did I use an AI bot? While I can...
I mean,
yeah,
okay,
so...
they should not have brought that up. Now I have to think about that.
I mean, you can usually tell when like an AI has written the script.
Yeah, but you can touch it up. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, that's true. But, you know,
just around the sides a bit.
Look, all right, that's well, that just, you know, and then the AI is just a co-writer.
That I
okay.
You can't
just like
really know.
Fuck. There was a dude. Apparently, there was a fucking screenplay adaptation version of Akira. It's just like that. He's just the AI in the situation.
Baudrillard, in his book
Baudrillard.
Baudrillard.
Yeah, Mr. B.
Baudrillard.
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 Bobard.
Jean Baudrillard.
Some French.
This is going
French.
to be. This is something Richard pointed out. Is that this video kind of misunderstands hyperreality and its relation to like quote unquote truth.
Okay.
In that it assumes that like.
Oh, is it one of those like hyperreality hides the truth thing?
Yeah. So yeah.
The Matrix, right?
Yeah, so like simulacra, hyperreality.
Dude, simulation is fake, but there's a reality out there.
Yeah, exactly. Literally, it's not real, Luigi. It's all in your head.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, from what I understand, okay, I'm going to bring out the intro now because I think this is probably maybe the right time for talking about that. So,
let's go.
For the B-Man, the reality has been swallowed up by a black hole. Simulation is a modus operandi of the hyperreal, with models preceding the anticipating the real. What does it say? Volatilizing? I don't know if I understand that. It is turning it into a special effect. The media television especially has short-circuited the meaning, thereby generating a state of indeterminacy. The B-Man argues that our world is pure operationality, and one which the generic and computer codes offer a perfect model. These and the other of his other ideas say nothing of his seductive writing. Okay, something about nihilism. Where else are we going with this? Something about Australia. I don't know what it's
Damn, you know this guy is French.
Look, I mean, I think he made up like 4. I think he had like 5 points, and it was like, it was media and advertisement, and it was stuff like urbanization. He was talking about how like getting removed from, I guess the world as it used to be. Getting stuck in like the concrete jungle as it was kind of devolves you from a reality that once was inherently, as well as like the mass media.
Yeah, so like there's a really good I think there's a really simple example of how to understand like hyperreality, which is that like the concept of animating on specific frames. Because like the idea of what is considered a sort of like good verisimilitudinal animation is functionally something that purports a relation to a sort of sense of body and realness and whatnot. Like, this feels right, but the rightness is determined literally on the surface of its operation, like 12 frames, 16 frames, yes. Like there are people who will literally crank down the frames because it feels more real. It feels more lifelike in a way. You know.
Yeah, it depends on the motion you want. And the frame rate will vary that. But also, people have been conditioned, and I don't know if they really realize that. People have been like conditioned by like cinema for like 100 years that 24 is like the normal, and somewhere vaguely around 24 is like the natural, especially when it comes to like cinematic timing. And 24 is easy to deduct into like twos, so that's why it's very useful for animation. But like we're just so conditioned to that like frame rate that like when we see others, it can like make you feel weird, especially when you get to the higher frame rates.
Which I'll reference throughout this video, so...
Well, the human eye can only see up to 60 FPS, so...
Baudrillard started off as an...
Yeah, that's fucking computer people want that fucking 120 FPS. That video games.
Remember, I just want to say one thing that nobody mentions is that based upon a prof I worked for a couple years ago, he mentioned that he went to a conference once, and then he was in the bathroom, and then he described and these are his words, and a short, angry Frenchman. And apparently, it was Baudrillard.
I see it. Of course.
So Baudrillard's a manlet.
Of course he is.
Economic theorist. Is known for his
Wait, what? I'm sorry,
he's
what?
not an economic theorist.
Yeah.
He's not.
He's not an economic theorist.
Did he start off? What?
No.
Oh my god, dude! I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna look. Where's
the
look it up, Stanford Encyclopedia?
He's just an angry short Frenchman.
Yeah.
Maybe he is angry at the economy.
These guys will usually nope. Political.
They had a book
the
that had
interface
economy
between political. That's the third book, though. He didn't start off like that. Marxian political economy.
Yeah, he's got that Marxist gene.
That's not like okay. That's not an economic theory.
No, I don't think he talks about that at all.
Economic theory would be like, I'm trying
kill
to
the poor.
Economic theory. Economic theory would be like, yo, let me show you how this regression analysis proves that we need more Funko Pops, dude.
Yeah, there you go.
Is known for his postmodernist writing. In his book Simulacra and Simulation,
hey, I have that same book.
Claims that the boundaries between the physical and the
I'm sure I have a PDF of it.
Oh,
hyperreal! Oh,
dude, twisted
in the postmodern world.
What's the difference?
Not only are things being replicated, but they're being mistaken for the original. To understand what he means, Baudrillard breaks the process of simulacra into 4 concisive steps.
Okay, well, I'm getting tripped up here because her audio just changed. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it was because that sounded like they did a spin around the head with the audio. That's what it felt like to me. Is it like a helicopter spin with the left, right, left, right?
Why is replicated and pretty accurately represents reality. For example, you start a TikTok documenting your life and sharing your experiences.
Yeah, this is going to
of your reality.
So if I understand right, the simulacra, the classic example of the simulacra that is usually given is the map, right? The map of the dead city. Isn't that like the concept he uses himself? Where he talks about this incredibly detailed and intricate map of this this once great kingdom.
That I was thinking more Waluigi.
What you think?
You know that
simulacra of
look up
Luigi?
Waluigi simulacra, Joe.
All right.
Is that like a 4chan post? That feels like a 4chan.
No.
Waluigi. The Waluigi effect.
Go to images.
The Waluigi effect.
Yeah. I think that first image there is the one you want, like the one that's just a bunch of text.
Okay, this is interesting. So stage 1's a person, right? So this is a real person.
Real plumber.
Yeah. Sign makes the basic reality. Okay. Yeah. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Pull up there's the first image is like text. I think that's it.
Okay.
You know, I might have a good example with video games. Maybe this works, right? What about like Metal Gear 1 into Metal Gear Solid into Metal Gear Solid like fucking Revengeance?
Dude, I can't open this image.
Why not? Yeah, what the fuck?
I can't.
It's really small.
Well, that's because I have Twitter blocked on this computer.
Okay.
Let me Waluigi.
Dude, I can't load
copy
a
the
juicy
image
gossip.
and send it and post it in chat.
I mean, it seems like a pretty good one for that in terms of like he's so disconnected from the original.
It's in stream text.
Let's look at stream text. Okay, what else is going on in here?
All right, so let me see here.
Let's have a look.
Okay.
Waluigi is the ultimate example. Oh, are you going to read it? Or...
Waluigi is the ultimate example, the individual shaped by the signifier. Waluigi is a man seen only in mirror images, lost in a hall of mirrors. He is a reflection of a reflection of a reflection. You start with Mario, the wholesome all-Italian plumbing Superman. You reflect him to create Luigi. The same thing, but slightly less. You invert Mario to create Wario. Mario turns septic and libertarian. Then you...
That's good.
Then you inflect the inversion of the reflection. You create a being who can only exist in reference to others. Waluigi is a true nowhere man. Without the other characters he reflects, inverts, and parodies, he has no reason to exist. Waluigi's identity only comes from what and who he isn't. Without a wider frame of reference, he is nothing. He is not his own man. In a world where our identities are shaped by our warped relationships to brands and commerce, we are all Waluigi.
Yeah, what's interesting about Waluigi on top of that is he actually doesn't have his own brand or game at all.
Yeah,
he only exists within the mirror of other games.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
He's literally there to be a partner for Wario and Mario Tennis.
Because like Mario's got games. Wario's got plenty of games. He's got many dissolves of games. Waluigi only exists to play tennis.
Yeah,
only exists to play tennis.
Like, yeah, that's him. And maybe like basketball. I don't know if he's done that game or not.
Oh, I forgot to turn on the
football.
subtitles.
I think.
There we go.
Yeah.
Mario Strikers, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Secondly, this replicant is distorted and no longer represents the reality anymore. You begin to
I feel like the problem is that the TikTok is not the human to begin with, right?
You distort the visual reality.
I think we're already a couple levels down.
Why is she using a TikTok?
Well, the TikTok can't be the step one though, because the TikTok would be like step 3, wouldn't it? Because the first thing would be you. It'd be like you, and then the next one might be a mirror, and the next one would be like a recording of you, and then the next part would be.
Yeah. Well, like so, like
you'd be a couple stages down.
So the first one would literally be the footage you used to make the TikTok.
Yeah.
So it's not even the TikTok yet.
Just the raw footage about your daily life. You distort your face and your personality. Your TikTok becomes a simulation of your reality. Lastly, the simulation becomes simulacrum. It becomes devoid of an original.
Huh?
In real life, you're an insecure
No, it doesn't. What? No, that's not how it works.
Okay, let me see here.
Lastly, the simulation becomes simulacrum. It becomes devoid of an original. In real life, you're an insecure shut-in, but online, you're confident to the point of arrogance because of your simulated looks and personality. The exaggerated story.
What?
I think because wouldn't it be more like the simulation would be like this is the pipe painting, but then the simulacra would be like a meme about that painting, that painting that's so divorced from the original pipe that you wouldn't even understand it in the context of it.
Well, the simulacrum would be your VTuber self.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Like the simulacrum would be your VTuber self, like a thing that literally cannot exist.
Yeah, that's what the map. I think that's where the map comes in. That like the city no longer exists; it's been destroyed. But this map is an incredibly detailed version of it. So maybe at one point, even if we know it exists at all, because I guess if the history of that place is destroyed, all we have left now is the map. We know nothing else of it.
Yeah, there's
the map. I'm the map.
Yeah, there's a. VTubers are an easy way to talk about simulacrum because there's that article by Stevie Swan where he talks about all the different Kizuna eyes.
Oh, number one fan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he talks about like all of those different like Kizuna eyes and like all the different ones and like how they're all but also not all and like in different ways Kizuna eye. And so like the essence or the thing of the thingness of Kizuna eye does not exist in the performer but exists in like this this sort of like distended thing.
Yeah.
Is Atlantis?
I'm thinking of
I don't know enough about.
I'm thinking of fucking I don't know what layer it would be, but like I'm thinking I I don't know how many layers this is down, but I'll put it in fucking stream text. This and a hedgehog, right? So the many stages that you have to go to get to this point to get to devolve from the hedgehog.
Yeah.
That was a hedgehog, and then there was a video game, and then there was
doesn't this ultimately
it's so divorced from the original concept.
Doesn't this ultimately come down to just it's a matter of semiotics, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's all part of the science of symbols, I think. But yeah, it's just so. I mean, I think memes are actually a pretty good example because usually they're so divorced from their original version, they're so burnt in by the end of it that you won't even understand where they came from.
Or Wojak.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see here.
Attraction that people start to develop parasocial relationships with you. These people write stories about you, make art about you.
Can we pause for a second? Because I think parasocial goes back. I mean, we could go back to the Jodie Foster case, or we could go back to even legendary moment John Lennon assassination.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
Like if we really want to go that way, like we can.
David Chapman.
Like if we want to go towards like people who get obsessed and almost believe and maybe become something else.
Well, we would talk about parasociality. One of the theorists about that is Andre Bazin, right? Where he talks about the weatherman, where he's just like, I feel like I could have a beer with the weatherman. I don't know the weatherman, but I feel like I could have a beer with him.
But that's the hyper reality, is it not? That like through the media, you concern the Tonight host inherently in America, right? When you get to that point, when you're living, every night at 7 p.m, you live with the host of whatever show it would be, David John Carson, or whatever the fuck whoever it was, an American person. Like those people become
American
part of your
person.
life.
Yeah,
fucking random. I don't know, fucking American fucking talk. I suppose the same in England, English talk. But that person becomes a staple of like people you spend time with.
This would be a lot more helpful if Richard was here and not spending time.
Yeah, Richard would be able to tell me if I'm being an idiot or not.
Like
for shame. He'll reprimand us in the comments for not being.
I can't wait.
Simulacra pilled.
I can't wait until she talks about interpolation, and then I'll be all like, "Finally, my turn to froth."
Yeah, finally, here I come.
Here I come. Let's go. We're talking about Zizek. That's not what the raccoon means.
A whole other version of you in their head. Baudrillard then goes on to talk about the concept of hyperreality, which is the phenomenon in which all of these distortions start to become mistaken for reality.
No, they are reality.
They are reality.
Yeah.
They are reality.
I'm sure that's the other right.
We got to be real. Okay, so this is going to seem like really pedantic, but it's really important that you're very specific on this term, because the whole idea is that like hyperreality is more real than reality.
More real.
Like they take
it's in the name.
You could think of the situation we are doing right now. I've never met either of you in real life. I've
seen you. You just haven't seen me yet.
Yeah, exactly. But that's still like we only exist within a virtual space.
Right.
Well, so like the thing that's like the example that I think really works is again like Azuma's example, right? Of like the anime girl. Like there is no real girl out there. Yeah, of course. There's like no real girl out there that it's supposed to be mistaken for. It is its own thing. The realness is literally there, and it's like non-reality.
Like Lain.
Whoa, oh no, she was right.
Whoa, dude.
Reality is the whole concept of social media. When you scroll on Instagram...
Okay, but hyperreality as a concept comes 30, 40 years before that. I mean, that definitely is a factor, but it seems like it's a long-running situation, right?
She really needs to read on the data self. Yeah, she really needs to read on the data self.
Yeah, I feel that would probably be helpful. Yeah, I mean, it feels to me that data self is like a form of like performativity, isn't it?
Identity is fundamentally multiple, incomplete, provisional, cyborg, contextually consistent, a la Deleuze.
These nuts,
Yeah, Deleuze is nuts. Yeah.
Plant guy.
Yeah, so Horning talks about Sherry Turkle and subjectivity. Turkle is really interesting. I would strongly recommend reading Sherry Turkle if anybody's interested. She's kind of the most influential media theorist that normies don't mention.
Probably never heard of her.
She developed her theories of like identity in media playing like MUDs, multi-user dungeons.
I've been meaning to get into.
Okay, that's pretty epic.
Yeah. So like that's so like her theory of media is all like negotiated by like this like quasi MMO sort of like interaction quantification mentality. Yeah, she's a gamer. Yeah, she's a gamer.
The gamers have finally risen.
Gamer theory, not to be mixed up with Gamer Theory by Mackenzie
theory.
Mackenzie Wark. Yeah, not to be mixed up with this book, Gamer Theory by Mackenzie Wark. Which also great book.
It's a nice cover. Yeah, I should probably read it.
I think Mackenzie Wark has a Twitter bot telling her every time like anybody mentions her, because every time I've mentioned them, they show up in my replies.
They to reprimand you.
Yeah, I'm just like, yo, man,
you're just constantly ego searching.
He's like, yo, you replied to me like 3 times already. Just follow me on Twitter. Please. Please, Dr. Wark, please follow me on Twitter. I'll follow you back.
Now that is a virtual relationship right there.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
That's hyper real. What you just said is hyper real.
Whoa.
I have become so advanced that it becomes difficult to distinguish what is real and what is fake. If that's a real body
when she said that, I couldn't help but think of that fucking... Oh god, I can't help. There's that fucking Drake picture. Oh god, you should have said that. I can't tell. Fucking Drake with little Drake.
So,
pull that up. Drake with mini Drake.
A Drake with mini Drake.
Is it gonna show up? Oh no, is it not showing up? Oh god, no. Oh no. What do you even call it? AI, I guess?
I don't know.
Its own hyper-reality in more ways than one. Not only have our standards of beauty been completely distorted because of technology, but our standards of life have as well. Everyone curates the posts they make on social media.
Okay, can we stop for a second? Because you could probably do a whole essay on like the history of how beauty has been transformed by the medium of which it was presented. If that be paintings, if that be early photography, if that be...
Yeah, this is something that...
television.
Oh god, what is that book? Well, anyhow, I know that Guy Debord talks about in the Society of the Spectacle. Social relations are negotiated by images.
Yeah, and then the mediums of which those images are presented. Or production, I should probably say.
Reality. What I find to be
but it's not false. It's reality.
Yeah, this is a problem. You can't be saying false. You can't say false.
There is no false reality because it's just as real.
That's the whole point of the hyper-real, is that you can't say false.
If bro be playing like Phantasy Star Online all day, and he's talking to people and stuff, those are his friends. That's his reality.
Yo, she's talking like an analytic philosopher right now.
Is that people are aware of this hyper-reality and how artificial social media is. So in response, they try to simulate authentic social media by posting casually. This, in and of itself, creates a whole other hyper-reality. Celebrities and nepo babies often use casual Instagram posting as a means of relating to their audience and coming off as much more frugal than they actually are. This,
bro, when we get back to Lain,
better representation of both.
Yeah, I mean, there's no social media in Lain because it lives in a land beforehand. Oh god, that does remind me of a point I remember having about one of those things like the fucking Phantasy Star Online. It felt like the Wild West of image board, like because you can still play that game now, right? But it feels like the Wild West of the internet because it feels like it's still like a forum from the 90s because it has like none of the structures of which social media is controlled now. It's just like completely unwild people literally standing around talking to each other in a room before they go to do their like their quest or whatever. Like that kind of like, it is like a chat room in circa 1999 still. It's unmoved.
It's represented very accurately in Serial Experiments Lain. The anime explores the simulated reality created by city. Baudrillard's philosophy is represented very accurately in Serial Experiments Lain. The anime explores the simulated reality
Ri-
created by a world bombarded with
Richard,
Richard.
we need Richard right now. Is that true?
All right, Richard, just leave a wallet text. You know what to do.
Confirm to us.
Leave a wallet
Is Lain?
text.
Is Lain? Does Lain like the simulacra? Is it? Does it get it right, or is it a two Matrix?
Yeah. What is Lain a good reflection of the Silmarillion? Let us know.
Yeah. Tommy Belvedere, isn't it?
Radical groups, and various other entities in the Wired, her perception of reality becomes increasingly distorted, and she ends up spiraling into an identity crisis. She becomes unable to determine what is real and what is fake, who is real and who is fake, if she was real or if she was just a simulation of herself. After seeing so many variations of her identity,
like Jacob's Ladder.
Oh,
it's just like Jacob's Ladder. It's just like Silent Hill.
Are you saying that Lain is gonna wake up in a trench in Vietnam?
Yes.
Yes.
She really be sure that she was the real Lain? I promise you, we will get more into this. But first, you may.
I mean, I don't know if we're going back to the cyberpunk angle here. If we go back to the cyberpunk angle, right, which is what Lain has done, we'd have to go back to something like Blade Runner, right? And you could probably go before, but like the end of Blade Runner basically says it doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not. I mean, maybe we talk about books especially, but like the book kind of has a more fated answer. But like the movie text, right? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if Deckard is a replicant or not. I'd say probably he's not, but like it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is that he lives his life now. Like the idea of like it's what you make. It doesn't. The context of that has no bearing in the end. Life is fragile and short, and that's the whole situation. There's like, yeah, if you are or not, like you can't control it. You have to move forward.
Do not be a monad, but a nomad.
Yeah.
What does this all have to do with post-war Japan? Isn't this
Yeah,
just
that's a good question.
postmodernism? Well, let me provide you with a little bit of historical context.
Okay.
And maybe I'm a bit more suited here. Maybe I can get a little bit more of that.
I've
read books once.
We gotta talk about the other.
I read like 2 of them.
We gotta talk about Asada Akira and a book called Structure and Force, and the entire new academic movement.
That might take a while.
Okay, post-war Japan.
Yeah. So we're talking about the 60s? We're talking about the Olympics?
Baudrillard is a French philosopher, so his theory of hyperreality can be limiting when analyzing Japanese media. To fully understand the philosophy behind...
Wait, what?
I understand the reasoning behind that take. But that's
social historical perspective, yes, but
yeah. So
Japan does not exist outside of the framework which hyperreality exists in.
I understand the reasoning behind that take, but that's a little bit difficult to claim because oftentimes when people develop these models, they try and develop it with regards to a multicultural perspective.
A text that knows that it's cyberpunk. Like the writers who wrote this know that it's cyberpunk, which is an American subgenre, but they are then reclaiming in a Japanese context, which that's what they literally said, that they were trying to make a cyberpunk text that was inherently Japanese.
Yeah, let's see.
In Lain, we have to understand.
There's a really good book by Anne Allison called Prohibited Desires, which her first chapter was literally a discussion about the history of Freudian psychoanalysis in Japan, like the early history of Freudian psychoanalysis.
Yeah.
And one of the questions that Allison brings up is the question of just like, what is the strength and the limitation of the application of non-Japanese like theories of deeply intimate subjects in a like with regards to Japanese people, right? Like, is it possible to apply a Freudian lens to like Japan? Like that's like one of the questions that she brings up, right? Because she's a Marxist and she's a Marxist, but she's also like a psychoanalyst and she's like a cultural anthropologist, but like she like worked and lived and raised children in Japan. So she's like trying to reconcile these fundamental core questions, right? And she doesn't really have an answer, but I think her ultimate answer is that like there's a lot more multivalent than presumed, I think. Also, Japan borrows from the outside a toll ton.
Yeah, like I said, inherently, Lain as a text is going to be borrowing. Yeah.
I'm very, very uneasy about like this mentality of like you can't apply French theory to. Well, she's not saying you can't, but I'm very uneasy about the idea of like the limits of applying French theory to like Japanese media because one, Japanese media employs French theory all the time, and
yeah, French and Japan actually have a strong connection of history going back about hundreds of years. You know, you can look back to Van Gogh era, right? They have a trade agreement. Even anime came into France incredibly early in the 70s. Became quite predominant on public television.
Yeah, so it's I'm very uneasy about this thing. And
again, you started this video and it has a degree in French literature.
Yeah, it's it also once again creates like walls. It creates like walls of like cultural prescriptivism in a way because like when you say something like you can only apply French theory in this particular way, or these are the limits of applying them, it kind of stops thinking. It starts to think of them like as a monolith. It just becomes like the washoku debate. It's like, oh, is there really a Japanese tongue that can only taste umami? Like that.
Oh, I mean, they say it's true, so I guess it must be, right?
The Japanese do say it is true,
Everyone else just thinks they do.
Yeah.
Understand Japanese history. The issue of memory and identity is a sensitive topic in this country because of the historical trauma and post-war identity reconstruction that the Japanese people had to undergo. Sci-fi and Japanese animation has almost always been used to explore this collective memory and trauma, and Lain is an extension of this.
Whoa. Is she talking about the bomb?
She might be. Funny thing.
Well, but not the atomic bomb. She's actually referring to the bomb, the hot sauce on Hot Ones.
Oh hell.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree now.
It's a little bit, kind of muddy because
understand play on words. So Miedai Shinji.
I see.
So Miedai Shinji in the book Owari Naki Nichijou Ikiro, the manual to defeating Om, he has this very funny passage.
Did he do it?
No.
Did he defeat them?
No,
Shit.
Om defeated the Tokyo.
Why should I listen to him then?
So he has this very funny passage where he's just like, there's a problem in like the 80s, and he says it's a sense of directionless, and he says like there's a sense of directionless in the youth, and he says, and you can see it in the youth. For example, the girls are doing compensated dating and all they do is eat hot chip and lie. But like that's what he's saying, right? He's essentially saying that all they do is eat hot chip and lie, and the boys don't even play soccer anymore. All they do is just watch like sci-fi, like Akira.
That's fucking boomer talk, yeah.
It was the most boomerish thing ever. He was just like, dude,
kids
the youth.
When I was young.
Dude, man, when I was young, I didn't spend all my days watching Akira.
Anymore.
Yeah.
They just play real-time action games.
When Japan surrendered in 1945, the U.S. was the main occupying force in charge of helping them transition from their wartime government to a democratic, free market-oriented nation. As a result, Japan's prosperity...
kind of. They were not very democratic.
We spent too much time. Yeah, I mean, obviously not, especially towards the left wing, as we know.
I mean, their economy, population, infrastructure were devastated by the war, and they needed a way of building themselves back up as a nation. So when the Korean War broke out in 1950, Japan realized its geographic advantage and offered themselves up as a strategic base for UN troops.
Whoa. Okay, I don't think that's actually how it went. I'm not 100. I'm pretty sure that America claimed them before then. It's part of the agreement. It was they undisclosed defeat, right? Wasn't it? It was like what do they call the term? They basically said that like Japan has no terms in the agreement for the end of the war when they give up.
Oh yeah.
And that's when America did whatever they wanted. Like that happens in will it be 45?
I don't
know if they can give themselves up as a thing. I think that just happens, right? I don't think they have a choice in the matter.
Well, by the time of the Korean War, like
1950.
by the time of the
It's still
Korean
being
War,
occupied.
like everybody in the Japanese cabinet was functionally like planted by Americans.
Yeah, since the beginning, yeah. Like I said, they literally funded the party that took over, became the one-party system for the next 50, 60 years, 70 years even.
So it was less of a situation of just like Japan offering themselves to like help out,
Manufactured
and more
consent,
like,
isn't it?
yeah, it was less of like hey, you know, we can help out. It was more like, okay, we're gonna use Japan as like a jumping base.
Yes. Yeah, because they already had their base in Okinawa. You know, they also used Okinawa as a fuel port during Vietnam.
Yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
the Japanese had anything to say about that either.
Oh, yeah, they got Okinawa.
You know, napalm. That's something that they brought up in one of those texts about
all the wild shit happening in Okinawa. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
Yeah.
But one of the things that Mr. B brought up himself is the idea of the apocalypse now in context of Vietnam. When it comes to that hyper reality, they had to go to like the Philippines to burn a bunch of fucking trees using napalm to simulate the concept of the war, which is kind of fucked.
Was Japan not a free country before the war? I have no idea, honestly, Digital Devil Girl. The only thing about Japan I know is its nuclear politics. You know, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for her to talk about the goddamn bomb so I can pounce on it. You know, I can be all finally,
let her cook. We're getting distracted.
Everything else, I'm just gonna have to trust that you're right on that. All right, okay, yeah.
It would be much cheaper to buy and transport goods directly from Japan because of its geographic location. The Korean War
they must be talking about Okinawa, right? Because that's where their military base is. They're not going to Tokyo, are they?
That contributed to this economic
boom, hell yeah.
But the war effort specifically solidified Japan's position as an export-based economy, and they profited greatly off of this. More and more people...
Okay, slow down for a second, because there's also other factors in that, is there not? I mean, I don't know if I should get into it, but like Japan specifically kept their money, if I remember right, didn't they keep their money lower to make it more advantageous for countries like America to import from them because it would cost less? So didn't they specifically manufacture their currency to be lower? Or I think it was lower, so that it would make it better for the Americans to take from them instead.
Kind of the problem here, right, is that like there's actually a whole ton of stuff happening.
I mean, there's probably tons of factors. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's a whole ton. There's a term which is called like convergent development, which is literally just like the idea that you don't have to. One of the arguments as to like why Germany and Japan like was able to bounce back, aside from the whole massive injection of funds and like
tons of injection, yes,
is also that like they didn't have to like reinvent the wheel. They could just copy what everybody else was already like doing, and that's one of the things that you can kind of see, which is that like early Japanese cars after the Second World War were kind of dog shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like Toyota perfected like its model that
drifting.
Yeah, it wasn't until it perfected the drifting model that the vaunted Japanese just-in-time management production system like really came into power. So the
I think the idea they were cheap, were they not? Was that the idea, especially if you were buying a Japanese car in the 80s, that they'd be cheap?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I wasn't living back then. I don't fucking know if they were cheaper than the average car.
Yeah, the main thing that I want to mainly stress is that like Japan's resurgence was not a singular factor. And I think the problem here is that I feel like so this is something that kind of makes me uneasy, and I really, really, really wish that she had actually responded or was willing to come on, because one of the difficulties with this is that like she's presenting one specific factor in a very complex, multivalent post-war history with a whole bunch of factors. And the thing is, I understand why she would do it for the sake of like narrative intelligibility and to keep the vision. Yeah, for clarity.
I mean, it's a 20-minute video. You don't make it 2 hours, right?
Yeah.
Unless you.
Yeah.
You become the meme, right?
But the problem, but the problem here is that like it's just the issue here, right? It's just that like I like, why this specific thing? Like, why not some other specific thing? Like, that was like, why are you honing on this particular thing? And the problem is also simply the fact that she constantly harps on like we need to understand like the nuance of history, and the challenge here is that like she's kind of inadvertently sort of smoothing out a lot of these elements to fit a particular narrative. And I don't mean that in a sense of like she's doing it for like bad reasons or whatnot. Like I don't think she's doing it maliciously, but it's just like this is a very broad span of time with a lot of factors.
Yeah. We haven't really gotten to the experiences of the people who made Lain, because Lain was also made by Triangle Staff, which is now defunct. So technically Triangle Staff in itself doesn't exist anymore. So maybe Lain is actually simulacra.
Whoa.
Part of the middle class. But what's so unique about Japan's transition into an economic powerhouse was the sheer rapidity of it. Just think about the timeline of events
rapidity?
I just described
What do they?
And how it all.
What?
I think.
What do they mean by that in this context?
Speed.
Oh, okay.
But it's kind of weird because
like,
you could say decades, that. But... Well, it's like it's kind of weird because you can actually argue that South Korea grew into its position faster than Japan did.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, South Korea spiked from like...
You're going to get a lot of Japanese hate mail from this stream.
Look, just be better, okay? I'm sorry, you come on, the guys, you're mad because you know it's right.
You lost decades. Find them. Come on. Be that
you
hard.
lost decades.
Decade's a pretty long span of time.
Born into the height of the Second World War.
Yeah, come on, how strong could your economy be if it was beat by loan sharks?
Tells you that you should treat the emperor as a sort of deity.
Hey, I don't know why she's talking about this. The staff members for Lain were born like in the 50s and 60s.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused here because the deity stuff is maybe a little early, and that's maybe a little bit more country too. Because there is talk. I remember the book Embracing Defeat. There is talk of like people in the countryside meeting the emperor after the war for the first time, and then they're kind of like they are doing that, but like we're talking like countryside. We're not talking like Tokyo,
right?
Because they've never seen the emperor, right? Because they've only know emperor through like through almost like a hyper reality. They only know them from maybe an image, a painting, a radio call. Like they've never actually envisioned the possibility of meeting.
Yeah.
A propagandized version of history.
I don't know if that's going to be the case after the war in the same way.
You are expected to volunteer your labor for the war effort. You devote your life to the country, and you're fueled with nationalism. On August 9th,
again, yeah, none of the members of Lain are going to have had that experience.
No, they're growing up in post-war
in the 60s,
periods, 50s, 60s.
I mean,
how much they know about the war is also going to be contested.
I mean, if there was any experience the Lain people would have experienced, it would have been like the Minamata poisoning. We're like, oh no, this company's gonna poison my river again. I'm gonna die from lead poisoning again.
God damn, I hate lead.
You lose everything. The bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You survive, but your friends and family die.
Okay, but what? But you know that like all these Japanese studios, they're in Tokyo. You know what? I mean, are we talking generally? Or are we talking about the people who?
I think she's talking generally, but I don't know how she's going to transition this into Lain.
Well, I'm a little bit like those are very specific experiences to very specific parts of Japan, and they happen because of a sort of callousness of Tokyo to be like, well, that's not Tokyo. Who gives a shit? That's kind of like the response they were getting at the time.
I think it's interesting. Like, why is she talking about? I'm curious as to why she's talking about Lain in this context when she could have been talking about Nobuhiko Obayashi's house, Haosu, because that guy
would be a good example actually. Yeah.
All of his friends died in the atom bombs.
Yeah, that must fucking suck, bro. Can you imagine that? Like, you want to go out fucking cycling and shit, and he's like, oh yeah, all my friends died in the fucking like the apocalypse.
The empire has
they're all like shadows on the floor now.
Left. You begin to question the point of your existence, and you're just 17 years old.
Okay.
17?
Something in my brain just clicked. Just clicked, and I'm gonna make a Lain argument that is more apropos and shorter than I think. I don't know if she makes this argument. Maybe she does. I don't know, but.
If she does, she obviously going to embarrass yourself, but you might as well do it.
So, you actually can make an argument with regards to technology and post-war Japan with regards to Lain, because the third disaster after the Second World War that a lot of people just don't talk about. They talk about the 2 bombs, but they don't talk about the third one, which is the Emperor radio broadcasting the surrender throughout the entire nation. That was the first time most Japanese people heard the Emperor, and it was a formal declaration of surrender. So if you want to talk about Lain in terms of broadcasting affecting Japanese subjectivity, that's your post-war connection.
I mean, talk about coming down from up high, right?
Oh yeah. Like that's my argument as the connection here. Not the bombs, but that one. You can say the bomb, but you might as well just talk about Godzilla at that point.
I always get a bit worried when people talk about the bombs because it always feels a little bit like it's very one note.
Part like, 1, early cinema.
Yeah, well, did I tell you that story the other day? Like when I went to see the new Miyazaki film, like after it happened, someone would literally did that. They were like, "You know what that explosion reminded me of? Hiroshima." I was like, "Oh my God, please don't do this.
Yeah,
like,
literally.
These aren't regular people. These are going to write articles about this.
The same year, these new white guys come into your country claiming they're going to help your nation rebuild itself. They rewrite your constitution, refocus your school, and restructure your economy. You are told to become a completely different person.
Very funny how there are like MacArthur statues still up in Japan.
Reconstructed.
Yeah.
In 1960, you are 32 years old, and your country.
I mean, there's an argument made in Embracing Defeat that the Japanese people had already kind of like reconstructed their personality as the Americans were coming, because you don't bite the hand that feeds you. So like they actually came, the Japanese people actually embraced, at least in Tokyo. I mean, Okinawa's different story. Like they actually embraced the Americans with quite a bit of positivity because they were bringing rations and food and resources, and there is some bleakness in the women that like they intentionally went out of their way to sort of like marry the army corpus because they knew they'd have a better life, or thought they would have a better life.
If there's a good source for this, but I remember reading somewhere that MacArthur was referred to as like the Gaijin Shogun.
Oh my God! Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's an interesting one.
He was like a relatively popular figure in post-war Japan, which is funny because then you read what he said about Japanese people, and it was bordering on just regarding them as subhuman.
I mean, I'm sure the Japanese people said some nasty things about him during the war too.
True, yeah.
Maybe.
There's some awesome. Let me show you some awesome like Japanese propaganda depicting FDR.
Oh, I love that stuff.
All right, let's see here.
Yeah, but could they be his trains?
And regime change. Commodities are being produced at a rapid rate, and even though you aren't rich, you can buy anything you want. You have the spending power to buy a fashion.
Wait a minute.
If you aren't rich, you can buy anything you want.
Okay.
You have the spending power to buy fashionable clothes and the latest technology. Capitalism
Do you?
has freed you.
Oh, I love that.
Well, not the latest technology, but you can buy the 3 golden treasures.
3 of them? 3?
Yeah, that's right. I think.
Is it free?
No, they're not free.
For the price of one.
The 3 golden treasures. I think it's TV, fridge, and the washing machine. Let me.
Oh hell yeah! Let's go to the electric district.
Japan, 3 golden treasures or something like that.
Is that at all related to the 3 imperial regalia?
I don't know. Maybe it's
this is the new regalia. Yeah, maybe there's another one. What's the other one, like a vacuum cleaner or something?
I know the washing machine is one of them. The 3 sacred treasures. All right,
there we
3
go.
sacred treasures. All right, a television, refrigerator. Bro, I knew it, dude. I'm so.
Hang on.
I'm so fucking nice, dude.
Now we need to do some theory here. Are all 3 of those in Lain?
That's true. Yes. Are they all in Lain?
I mean, definitely television and refrigerator is. Now, the washing machine. Is there a washing machine in Lain?
Maybe in a background shot.
Is there a scene where she gets thrown in a washing machine for some reason?
Not really.
Damn.
Damn.
Why is this not a Tom and Jerry cartoon?
All right, let's see here.
In 1960, just before Japan's economy was about to enter a golden age, scholars...
1960? What? What?
I mean, I'm guessing you're talking about the industrial kind of...
Well, Japan wasn't considered like a primary player.
It would be the 80s when... Yeah, I mean the 80s when it's like #2 economy in the world, right?
Yeah, the 80s was when it was considered like, oh yeah, the 80s was when people started to seriously say like Japan is going to like take over. Like that's like the Japanese
that was definitely a fear. You can
yeah.
see that reflected in the culture in America, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, even more so in the UK, from what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing about the UK, I mean, it's like a different kettle of fish because in the UK there was like a lot of broadcasts from the 70s onwards about Japan, which is why you get like Boy being like a fucking Japanese weeb, right? Because he saw it all on the BBC. Because back then he described it as Japan was like Mars. It was like a completely different world from the one we know, and you get this sort of weird zoo-like presentation of Japan. And you know, he uses a lot of Japanese designers and such for his outfits and other stuff like that. And
any of y'all
even in his later albums, you can see that like weird, horrible album cover he has with the anime Bowie.
Any of y'all seen MacArthur?
Oh yeah.
Cone Conference asked, "What is the meaning of all this? What is this all about?"
True. What is life?
People begin to define their identity based on market trends instead of their region and shared history. Products that were promoted in the Western world begin to promote themselves in Japan. The globalization of...
Did you say this in the 60s? This is an 80s thing.
Maybe we'll pass that point now.
In 1960, just before Japan's economy was about to enter a golden age, scholars at the Hakone Conference asked, "What is the meaning of all this? What is this all about?" Market Western world begin to promote themselves in Japan.
This is an 80s thing. This is an 80s
the quote?
thing. No, the idea of like defining yourself in relation to consumerism. It was an 80s.
Yeah.
It was an 80s thing specifically because the far left lost the game.
You know,
like
people hadn't had like, in the 60s. People hadn't had like the political idealism beaten out of them yet.
Yeah. Like they
73.
Yeah. Like Asuma Sanso like was the thing that killed it. Like so no, like anything that would have emerged during the 60s at that time would have been relatively minor compared to what happened in the 80s. So this is...
I mean, I'm looking at some interviews about Lain here, and they're just talking about TV, so I think you're right.
Dude, I knew it, dude. I fucking knew it, dude.
Or just like in general, I think they're just talking about animation, and obviously being TV being the arbiter of animation. TV Tokyo, Neon Genesis Evangelion, you know, like the rebroadcast and stuff like that.
Another twisted analysis from the Pause and Select channel.
Well, I mean, that's how you watched this though back then, right? I mean, you can watch it on like a VHS or a Laserdisc, but like realistically, a lot of people were watching it on TV broadcasts first in Japan at that time.
You know, the more I think about it, the more Lain just kind of reminds me of Ghostbusters.
Shit, yeah. What, you mean it's about Reaganism?
Kanaka is just the Dan Aykroyd of the group.
Interesting. That's very interesting. All right, I'm going to the toilet, so you keep going. I'll be fine. Just keep me in the loop after.
Is not applicable in post-modernity.
I'm sorry, what?
Trajectory of historical development is not applicable in post-modernity.
Who says that?
While technology and capital have skyrocketed, there has been scarce development in the social dialectic. Social dialectic are grand narratives proposed throughout history that facilitate societal change. For example, the Renaissance and Marxism are two big narratives. We are constantly...
Christianity is a more... like progressivism is like
the Renaissance is more so like a thing that happened.
Yeah, so like a grand
Marxism is an kind of a theory of history.
Yeah, so like the one that like is a really good way to sort of frame the totality of the grand narrative is progressivism. Like as history marches forward, we are literally just in a better period, as proven by science or social development or whatever.
It's the like I don't know, I'm playing Sid Meier's Civilization, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the great loss of the grand narrative.
Being bombarded with information and pressured to box ourselves into these hyper-individualist categories, essentially alienating ourselves from the people around us. And that's where we get back to the main subject of this video. Serial experiments Lain. So what did Lain mean? The writers of the show made it intentionally ambiguous. How you interpret the ending is up to you. I've seen several brilliant analyses of the anime, but in my opinion, the best perspective of analyzing Lain is through a historical postmodernist lens.
Why?
Is that the ending? Oh.
No. But also, I don't think the ending to Lain is that. I think the ending to Lain is pretty clear cut. It's like when people say like the ending of Evangelion or like the ending of like, it's like saying the ending of Madoka is ambiguous or something. I'm like, no, it's pretty obvious how it ended.
Beings to literally enter into the world.
Yeah, I feel like kind of
all end up
the
loving
point.
Lain. It seems clear enough.
Body can seem to enter the computer screen.
You see what that means? You know what that means? That means it means go outside and buy merch. That's what it means. Go buy me Lain, not Ray, a Lain plush, which is also like the Ray plush. That's next one. Buy that, get a figure, buy the DVD. What year is it? No, buy the Laserdisc or the new DVDs that'll come out maybe next year.
You know, that's another thing to consider if we're talking about Lain in terms of media and television, is that Lain is not just a television thing. There's also a significantly less talked about video game. Yeah, it was a whole.
It's a media mix.
It was a media mix. I think it planned to be a much larger media mix than it turned out to be. Have any of you seen Alice in Cyberland?
I have not.
Alice in Cyberland is like a 2-episode OVA. The second episode was like lost media up until a couple of years ago.
Damn.
But it was written by Chiaki Kanaka, and it's basically this magical girl show about these girls who go into this virtual reality equivalent of the internet and fight cyber terrorists to save the day. And it also had a media mix component. There was also one, maybe 2 video games as part of the franchise as well. And it's interesting because it came out 2 years before Serial Experiments Lain, and it kind of presages a lot of the ideas that you would later see developed more in Lain.
Yeah, I mean, that's Kanaka's kind of career, isn't he? Sort of.
Yeah.
Kind of jumping on.
Now he's a YouTuber.
Is he a YouTuber? I know Yoshito Shiabe is a YouTuber.
Yeah, no, Kanaka's a YouTuber.
Just does like art, right?
Oh, no, they don't.
Kanaka talks about kaiju thing or horror shit.
I know
like
that
there's
like a Club Siberia, YouTube channel. It's like a guy doing like DJ stuff, and Kanaka will occasionally appear on there as well.
I think isn't that the person who did music for Lain? Isn't that their connection?
Maybe I don't. Let me see.
All right, well, anyhow,
that kind of music in Lain.
We're almost done. We're almost done this video. Let's go.
The future will not be an interesting one.
Wait a minute.
To enter the computer screen.
If we go on like this, communication will become colorless, and the future will not be an interesting one.
Okay.
Future will not be an interesting one.
The anime came out in the 90s, which was a period of rapid technological advancement and oversaw the growth of a big cyberculture. Only 50 years after the war, people were being bombarded with information and culture at a faster rate than ever before. The anime Serial Experiments Lain explores how in faster rate than ever before. The anime Serial Experiments
that's the kind of arguments that Mr. B would be making, but about like probably much earlier on.
There's so much information available today that society becomes fragmented and social dialectics no longer develop. Editing Mika here. I just wanted to clarify that in this video, I am talking about the negative consequences of the growth in cyberculture in Japan, which is societal fragmentation and stuff like that. But there are also many positives to the growth in cyberculture. For example, in the 80s and 90s, there was...
Why is she talking about cyberculture? She was talking about, like, World War II and the bomb.
I have no idea.
What 90s cyberculture are we talking about in Japan? Are we talking about, like, we're talking about the chat room or the forum? Are we talking about the anime forum, like, you know, with Sailor Moon or with Evangelion? I don't know if Lain had a particularly active forum, like a fan forum, but those two didn't know that.
This video is all over the place. She was talking about the bomb. Now it's supposed to be all about cyberculture.
I mean, they talked about social media, but it doesn't really relate to the 90s experience. And also, who's using these technologies in the 90s? I don't quite know if I'd say they're mainstream in Japan yet. I mean, they're used, but like, I don't think they're.
What do you mean, like online stuff?
Yeah, like I don't think they've quite hit like a fully mainstream position on the digital side of things, especially when we're talking about communicating online.
They were somewhat kind of
maybe
mainstream.
late 90s?
So they were somewhat kind of mainstream. They were in the mainstream lexicon. What was so like net salons and net cafes were like already something to consider. What's his name?
What time period on that though?
Like early 90s. Gaspard in the Morning, Asa no Gaspard, was itself a serialized set of stories published in newspapers based upon feedback that
Yasutaka, the paprika guy?
Yeah, Yasutaka Tsutsui, he was like, I'm going to write a story, I'm going to publish it, it's serialized, and I'm going to also have like, it was called like the J Salon, and essentially what he did was he just had like this like pre-IRC, I don't know if that's the right word, but he essentially just had like this online chat where people could just come in, join, they could talk about the story and whatnot, and then he would change the story based upon like how people were talking, how they reacted to it and whatnot. Like he essentially just lurked there. And so what would happen is like sometimes you would have developments in the story in later serializations where like certain characters would just be killed off and they would be named after like particularly annoying people in the chat rooms.
I mean, it's very funny.
Yeah. So there was also like he also did like a Christmas event where during a Christmas event, there would be a chapter that was like published, and then like everybody in the chat room would be like celebrating Christmas together, like talking about like the latest thing. So like they were notable, cyberculture was like a pretty cohesive thing. Like that was being published in newspapers. I don't know about what the usage rate is, but like it was already like a thing.
Yeah, so it exists. Yeah. But I guess we haven't really talked about any of those elements you've just said about.
Okay.
I mean, I was assuming the forum would be brought up in some ways, or I guess email, because email is in Lain, right? They use email in Lain, don't they? If I remember right, they got a fucking email.
I think something similar happened for the story of the movie All About Lily Chocho.
They rise in the Harajuku subculture, and people finally felt free to dress the way they wanted, free from societal stigma. And this is especially applicable to women, who were expected to conform to specific societal gender roles. But through Harajuku subcultures, they were able to express their individuality without having to...
Is this like a side note?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to. I mean, that's a lot there. I mean, talking about like fashion culture in Japan is a completely different like kettle of fish. I don't even know if Harajuku would be the first to be considered that way. And I'm pretty sure sometimes.
Wait a minute.
There is like a misconception.
Made it much more difficult for dangerous ideologies such as ultranationalism to gain prominence.
Wait, what? So the opposite?
Furthermore, this increasing cyberculture and the subsequent access to more information made it much more difficult for dangerous ideologies such as ultranationalism to gain prominence.
No, I think it's the opposite.
Yeah, I don't know about
I don't know about that, because like the whole, I mean, if you look at the writer of Lain himself, it's certainly easy to fall down rabbit holes on the internet about all sorts of things.
People were more informed. I will be focusing on the fragmentation.
Yeah, but where are you getting your information from? Especially in 1999 on the internet, like there's no Wikipedia yet. We're talking like 98. Like, where are you getting your information from?
That doesn't sound right.
Technological boom.
I don't know if the internet, especially in 98, when I was young, it was particularly like a bastion of like good information and sourcing.
I don't remember when like the Neto Uyo like kind of like really became a thing. But like that doesn't sound right. Like limiting the rise of ultranationalism.
What's so unique about this anime is that it explores the fragmentation.
I don't think you need to. I mean, we're talking about Japan. It's like I don't. Where is there a limit of ultranationalism?
Happening at the same time in Lain's brain and in the physical world. This is especially relevant to Japan in the post-war sphere. In the 1980s, Japan's economy grew so fast that the US feared they would be overtaken. It really seemed to be a miracle. In 1990, however, this economic bubble finally burst when stock
Hell yeah, Nikkei crash, baby. Let's go, baby.
Led to a steep decline in employment and a much more rigorous system of getting hired.
Loan sharks, fuck that market up.
A lost generation emerged amongst the population. And
that could never happen in the US.
Ever before.
Yeah, we certainly all learned a lesson from Japan's bubble bursting, didn't we? We certainly didn't make the same mistakes again.
Oh, I love that in Wikipedia of a
dude. We're back at it.
Is he got a gun in his hand?
I don't know.
He's got a sword.
A broom.
He's got a sword.
Oh, I couldn't tell from this angle.
That man goes hard.
Man, he needs to make a handmade gun of sorts, perhaps, that could be used.
Like a piano back there. He's probably musical. If anything, this really just makes like
this man is just an outside artist.
Sound like it really makes it look cool. It's like the Marlboro Man of hikkikomori.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty cool actually.
Bro,
maybe I want to be just like him.
Yeah. He looks punk as hell, man.
Oh, if I won the lottery, I would never leave my house again.
That sought out connection with other people on the internet rather than in person. They use digital culture and media.
Surely you could be a byproduct of hyperreality then.
In episode 4, titled Religion, Lain starts to really lose herself in the wired, much like how hikikomoris get lost in internet subcultures. But the wired is simply a simulation of social connectivity because people can easily distort their true identities. Lain's isolation can be interpreted as a metaphor.
Do you need to point at the sign again? Do you need to point at the...
I feel like Richard would be losing his mind right now.
For the disconnect that many Japanese people
I think he did lose his mind watching this video.
History. Not only did the atomic bomb and Reconstruction completely overhaul their society and create...
It is kind of weird how
the Olympics once, did we?
Yeah, she didn't talk about the Olympics. She didn't talk about the Olympics. She didn't talk about the radio broadcasting. She didn't talk about the tons of far left and student movements.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, let's just say that like Japan has had multiple plane hijackings.
Yeah. Speaking of our topics, you know, one of the other plane hijacking events involved Israel, because that was the second attack in the airport in Israel, because Japan seems to have a very... Even to this day, I think they have quite a...
directed like put out a movie about the guy who shot Shinzo Abe like a couple months after it happened.
Dude, I hope he's built like a Baki character.
Well, because there was a period for about
they're trying to arrest him yet?
Several years, like decades, where Masao Adachi, he resided in Lebanon for 28 years, lending assistance to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
Of course.
Dude,
until he was arrested and extradited back to Japan in 2000s due to his connections to the Japanese Red Army.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, a lot of them ended up in Lebanon because again, their connections to Gaza. In fact, Japan in general has they have a lot of what do you call them? Like they give a lot of rations to Gaza still, I think, to this day. And there's been talk recently of them doing using a base they have in the area to try and do evacuations. Now, the way the articles were talking about it was a bit funny because they said Israel. I don't think that's what's happening here. Why would they be trying to evacuate Israel? They're not the people who are being extradited out of the area. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I assume that Japan is trying to get people out of Gaza to safety.
There's just a lot of stuff like in post-war Japan that she's kind of just like skipping over. And like the thing is that like I think there are some things in post-war Japan you can talk about that like really does tie into Lain, but why the bomb? Like not everything post-war Japan is about the bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we're talking about people who weren't even around. They don't live in the area. Like I mean, I think pretty sure
Tokyo Firebomb
is a Tokyo boy. I mean that's definitely what Miyazaki's always pushing his line to.
Yeah.
He's in Takara.
It kind of reminds me of...
Are you telling me the way The Wind Rises is bookended means something?
It kind of reminds me of when I it kind of on the topic of The Wind Rises. There was one time I went to see it in a local theater with a couple friends, and
that reminds me of the bomb.
Yeah, the earthquake scene. They're just like, dude, that's the kind of destruction you see from the culture that had to deal with the atom bomb. I was like, that was
happened 20 years before.
and I was like, not everything goes back to that goddamn bomb.
Because wasn't the thing that like it happened during the midday, so everyone was cooking lunch and that burnt the place down? Wasn't that?
The Kanto earthquake. Yeah, 1923.
Bro, like a tornado of fire.
Dude, it destroyed all the anime, dude.
It did.
Yeah.
It did burn a bunch of film, I bet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So a lot of early Japanese animation, Japanese cinema is lost.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
That fucking earthquake and fire.
Dude, we lost all the 1920 sexy magical girl animes.
No. Get back.
Yeah.
Get back.
Get back. It's like we go back in time, not to warn anyone, not to assist the Koreans who are probably they're just about to get massacred. We know we need to save the anime. That's what really matters.
There's a Japanese cop just
Maho. What would they call it? Fucking Doga.
Yeah, that's you're literally saying that as you're literally saying that. How do they say it?
To a newspaper with like a political cartoon in it.
Yeah.
Doga. Maho Bishojan Ega Doga desu ka?
Realistically, we'd just be fucking arrested.
Yeah.
They just really burn alive in a prison.
Yeah, I mean, what's this white guy doing here talking about women, magical women? It must be
magical women.
Yeah, what the fuck is he talking about?
Women drawing movies.
Yeah, what the fuck is he talking about? Absurd. He's insane.
Bro, that's the reason why Japan is one of the most prepared countries for earthquakes in the world. The bombs.
It's funny that it happened in areas.
I was watching. I watched
farmers.
Yeah,
it's Suzume, and it was interesting how that movie was very, very tied to the atomic bomb.
Well, of course, yeah. Well, so like it's funny because like every time I watch like modern anime and then I see like a specific kind of like socio-cultural or disaster logic, I'm just like, this can't possibly be a 311 reference, and 90% of the time it is, right?
Every time it's 311.
But I'm always worried.
It's been the 90s earthquake beforehand, right?
Yeah. I'm always worried that I'm doing like it's clearly a 311 reference. Like, that's my version of people like right. This is just, like, it's the bomb. It's a bomb.
Your more contemporary version of bomb.
I was like,
to be fair,
I'm
it seems to be more in the minds of people who lived in it, though. It did happen quite recently, within the people who are living within living memory.
People are still displaced from that.
Yeah, I mean that soil, people have to like dig up that soil to get the radiation out of it. Maybe one day we can all have a Fukushima house. I think they want us to move back in.
They literally just had to move like the entirety of Ishinomaki just like upriver, like upshore, because like if you see it nowadays, like pre 311, like versus post 311, old Ishinomaki was like literally where the graves are now. So it's rough. It's dicey.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty. I mean, I've read the text. It sounds pretty horrific. Like, it was an unconscionable disaster of like unbelievable proportions.
Collective trauma, but the Japanese government themselves have suppressed all memories of war crimes and atrocities.
Okay, this is an Abe thing.
Okay, we're getting it. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, Abe is dead. He was shot dead. He is not. He's not been. Even before then, he was not the prime minister.
Like prominent politician whose name was spelled ABE to be assassinated by being shot in the back.
Who's next, baby?
The three apes.
Yeah,
the three apes.
Named Abe be like, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you're on borrowed time.
At least they've tried to. As a result, memories of
Tried
time in Japan
to,
have become
okay.
increasingly unreliable and simulated, making it hard to form
I mean, the point was made before, but like, who
identity.
broke the story about the comfort women in the 90s?
Probably the guy who
Some
killed
kind
Abe.
of a newspaper from somewhere.
Probably the guy who
It
killed
was
Abe, you know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
You know, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he worked at the.
He's like,
Maybe
you
he worked
know,
at Shindig.
Abe, if you do not apologize for the comfort women, I will shoot you. I will shoot you good. And then Abe was just like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Shoot me?
It's like, yes. I think the funniest part about it to me is that like he didn't even want to shoot Abe. Abe just was there.
Yeah.
He was like, oh fuck it, yeah. I just opportunity. Like, oh, I guess yeah.
convenient.
Oh, that's pretty good. Boom.
Ending of Serial Experiments Lain is intentionally ambiguous, as I said before. We don't really know what happens to her in the end. Did she become a deity? Did she become the Wired? Ask any diehard Lain fan themselves, and they probably won't know. But I believe they're.
What do you think, Chris? You're a diehard Lain fan.
Well, do you want me to fucking spoil the ending of the anime?
All right, this is a spoiler of the Serial Experimental Lenissimo. To everybody in the chat.
Do they all say congratulations and then like they clap?
Damn close. So the way the anime ends is she basically uses her dominion over the Wired to reset everything, but then also wipe herself from the memories of everyone. And now she is just an omnipotent deity living in the Wired.
Oh,
is that what the PS1 game's about?
So it's like the Kai Cenat PS5
no,
giveaway.
The PS1 game has an ending where she fucking shoots herself in the face.
Oh my god.
Dude, that's like Persona, dude. That's like Persona, dude.
It's just like Persona.
It really is just goddamn Persona.
I'm getting Persona vibes.
The first episode, that's Persona 4. The last episode of the PS1 game, that's Persona 3.
Yeah. I'm getting some Kai Cenat PS5 giveaway vibes from the Lain ending.
Here's your funny. I don't know how. Let me.
The triangle stack also animated.
Here's the funny GIF from the game. I don't know why it didn't post.
It just says bot. It was too rude.
Oh, there it is. Just took a second to load.
Oh, there we go. Okay, let's look.
The large GIF.
Yeah.
It's like 20.
Let's have a look. Oh, okay, I'll give a second. It's like just one static image right now. So I'm waiting for it.
All right, let's see here.
This kind of in the postmodernist perspective, we have reached a state in which history no longer follows its traditional trajectory. Because we have access to so much information, forming a cohesive identity.
Okay, I don't know. I feel kind of insulted whenever people say like anything that like employs. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying that like I feel a little insulted anytime you ever get that situation where like when people deal with a media text that has like a non-literal ending, they're just like, bro, it's ambiguous, dude. You're not supposed to figure it out. You're not supposed to figure it out. I'm just like, maybe you're just supposed to work a little bit to figure it out. Have you ever thought about that?
I don't know, bro. I saw Angel's Egg. I don't think there's. Tell me what happened. Tell me what's that.
Amoroshi said it was meaningless in one interview, and then in an interview like days later was like, yeah, this is what every different symbol in the movie means.
Bro, if you can't fit, you know,
he's just
trolling.
He
really is just trolling.
If I can't figure it out, it's ambiguous. You know, that's how.
I mean,
it
can be
goes.
ambiguous if you want. I know. If you want it to be,
well,
it can be whatever you want to be, baby.
Yeah.
Take a walk on the wild side.
Okay, let me see here.
Follows its traditional trajectory. Because we have access to so much information, forming a cohesive identity or restructuring society is almost impossible to achieve.
How can you restructure? How was restructuring society? How was that possible before?
Yeah, what do you mean?
It was before 1973, and then something happened, and it stopped.
Well, according to Marshall Berman, that's not possible. I mean, the whole point of modernism, which, you know, as we know by the name, was pre-postmodernism.
I don't know, that sounds like communism to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Postmodernism is a lot for me to handle. I don't know if I can really process that.
Yeah, I don't know. I live in a postmodern world. I don't understand. And that's actually a fair point here, because I mean, technically, I guess Lain is a postmodernist text, but they were very popular in the 90s. We could have probably talked about that if we were talking about post-war Japan, and how like the 90s was a pretty big center for a lot of text and different mediums in that field, if that be books and theater and video games and movies and whatever else. And that is referenced in other texts that came out afterwards.
Yeah, so like one of the things that Marshall Berman mentions is that like what defines the modernist period is humanity's incapacity to control the enemy and the energy it generates. And so that's how you have like yes. But he was talking about in the context of like the futurists, right? And he's talking about like how there's like this
the 20s.
This unbridled celebration of technology, even as war machines are becoming more and more efficient at killing people and whatnot. Yeah, like that's what he's talking about. Like even then, like the beginning of the modernist period arguably began with like the promulgation of like the of the factory system, right? Like the enclosure movement, moving people away from like any sort of sense of commune into like these
the urbanism.
Yeah. And so it's just like, even then, that has exceeded our capacity to control or structure social relations in society anyway. Like, I don't see how this is unique to postmodernism.
Modern future is characterized by uncertainty and never-ending possibilities. Just like how there are never-ending ways of interpreting Lain. Interestingly enough, we also
I guess you can interpret any text though, right?
What?
Like it's all about the lenses, so I guess you could interpret any text in many ways. I mean,
dude, that's why the slavery and death march is actually not about slavery; it's about video games.
Absolutely.
Marshall Berman described my neurons connecting when I research industrialization in Civ.
I really wish I had like a thing to like ding and like count up every time we say something that will like get us in trouble with YouTube's community guidelines.
Not my channel, baby.
Yeah, it's probably at like 600 by now.
Look, all right, YouTube's gonna remove that. They're gonna remove that nudity strike. All right, so we're good. I'm good.
The mood in which the
Are they gonna do it now?
Whether it was a good
they better.
bad ending, we really don't know. And this is just like how technology can be both liberating and oppressive at the same time. This postmodernist interpretation ties in.
Thank you,
Miyazaki. That's not a postmodernist interpretation. That's a modernist interpretation. That's the whole point of the modernist movement.
Yeah.
That's not a postmodernist interpretation.
Post nut clarity. It doesn't matter to me, all right?
That's a pre-postmodernist interpretation. You know, like the idea that technology is something that like
oppressive,
liberating and oppressive is not a
liberating and oppressive, or liberating to oppress.
Whoa.
At the same time, this postmodernist interpretation ties in perfectly with the climactic trajectory that Japanese society followed in the 20th century, from the atomic bomb drop to the economic.
Well, I gotta listen to that again.
Postmodernist interpretation ties in perfectly with the climactic trajectory that Japanese society followed in the 20th century. From the atomic bomb drop to the economic miracle, Japanese society has been overhauled time and time again, making it increasingly hard to form a cohesive identity.
What does that mean? The bomb dropped, and then the economic miracle.
Yeah, so 20 years separated between those.
20 years. There's so much stuff that changed during that time period.
Oh, well, you know what would be a good example would be the that guy in the forest, the deep forest, who came back to Japan, and he was like, "This is not the Japan I left," because he thought the war was still going, and he like stayed for 30 years with it.
Onoda?
I forget.
I think
maybe
Hiro
was it the 70s he came back?
Something like that.
He came back to Japan. I think this is fundamentally not the same place I left.
He's got the name Hiro in his name. I think it's Hiro Onoda.
You probably find him pretty easy, surely.
Oh,
he was pretty sad by the sounds of it.
There's a dude, man, Hiro Onoda, dude. Yeah, hell yeah, that's his name. Yeah,
he was pretty hardcore to live in the fucking forest where it was for like.
Yeah, I remember.
Jungle even.
Yeah, I remember because I was like, damn, Hero's a hero, dude. Yeah, 1974. Yeah.
I think it's like a plot point in like one of the newer King Kong movies that John C. Reilly has just been living on this island.
Yeah.
King Kong
Skull Island.
But then he's like a World War II veteran, and he's been like fighting this one other Japanese soldier on this island for the past several decades.
You know what's actually probably...
Yeah, I bet they're having great sex.
Oh, absolutely.
On the topic of King Kong, you know what's actually probably a more accurate reflection of post-war Japanese identity than Lain? Probably the Godzilla franchise, yeah. The Godzilla franchise.
Yeah.
Like he was literally only an atomic bomb, like metaphor until for the first film.
Yeah.
The first film, and then literally
it just becomes wrestling.
Then it just becomes wrestling, and literally the most financially popular Godzilla film was Godzilla versus King Kong in 1962.
Yeah, that's West beats East. You gotta.
Yeah, and Ishiro Honda hated that movie. He was just like, "There's no way, dude. Like, cinema is not dead, bro." And then that became his most popular film. And he's
know, bro.
I hate
my nephew to watch that scene. He loves it. He sees that at the end. That bit at the end where King Kong fights Godzilla. We watched that 10-minute clip, and he's fucking going for it. He's like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They literally just took moves by Riki Dozan and just made Godzilla do it. And there's that whole scene. There's that whole section in King Kong versus Godzilla about TV ratings and whatnot. And then you
there's a whole section about blackface too.
Yeah.
What? Really? It's just
because they get they get the natives, but they don't have any natives. So they just painted a bunch of Japanese people. Sort of colors.
But yeah, so I don't know. I feel like King Kong versus not King Kong. I feel like Godzilla is probably the best post-war. But that's the trap, right? That's the trap. Because every time you hear somebody say, what is a good Japanese culture text, they say Godzilla because of the bomb. It always goes back to those stupid bombs. That's all people talk about. It's just the atom bombs.
Well, it's funny because in one of the later ones, is it the 84? Is it one of the later ones? It's they redo Godzilla, and then he's not the bomb, but he's the ghosts of the people who were killed in Hiroshima.
Yeah, he's the ghost of the war dead.
It's war guilt. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's crazy. But that's the thing, right?
Even the 2000s.
Even historians that I respect, like Carol Gluck. I remember I was listening to an NPR interview she did, and they were just some guy asked her the really weird question of what is the 12 years a slave of Japan? I was like, what does that question mean?
What the fuck does that mean?
Somebody on NPR invited this Japanese, this
fucking god,
this Meiji Japan historian, and they were just
someone who called in, or is this someone on NPR?
No, it was someone on NPR.
Maybe it would be the human condition.
I guess I have no idea, but
wait, when did this even happen? Was it around the time 12 Years a Slave came out?
I think it was around the time 12 Years a Slave came out. Yeah.
It'd be very funny if this happened last year.
I think what they were trying to say is I think what they're trying to say is 12 Years a Slave is a cultural watershed moment. So what's the cultural watershed moment of Japan, right? And I feel like Carol Gluck was probably seeing it along those lines. So that's why she said Godzilla, right? But even then she said Godzilla, it's about the bomb. They always keep saying it's about the bomb. And it's it's about the bomb for the first 1 to 2 films, and then it quickly loses rails about being the bomb.
Well, even if you want to, you can push it further though, because you could say it's actually about the testing site in Japan. Because that's the point that inspired the film, was that there is the nuclear test site.
Castle,
the ones that poisoned the fishermen. You literally gave them radioactive and killed them.
Which is the film. Created SpongeBob. SpongeBob and Godzilla have a shared lineage.
Yeah,
of course.
Dude, that's a MatPat video.
It's a theory.
All right, let's see
It's like
here.
a 7-hour video
Knights of
essay.
the Eastern Calculus attempt to solve this problem by creating a sort of collective conscious, by merging everyone's minds together and form connectivity in that way. Lain saw
it's
the
just like
danger of
Evangelion.
that ideology.
Yeah.
Much
Dude.
like how postmodernists mentioned the danger of overarching narratives.
But isn't that about neoliberalism?
Wait, what?
Form connectivity in that way. Lain saw the danger of that ideology, much like how postmodernists mentioned the danger of overarching narratives.
I see. I don't see.
Okay.
Yeah,
they say that?
I see problems and things. Like I don't see your connection between.
Is that a thing? God,
Calculus
what's Richard when you fucking needs him?
in like grand narratives.
Yeah. So also like postmodernists being described as like in that sense
not
is kind of
really a pillar, are
over
they?
reductive of postmodernists, because postmodernists they don't have a guiding set of ideas.
It refers
Have a
almost closer to
like a
just
dude at the top of
set
the,
of time, and then a set of
Yeah.
like congealed ideas.
No,
Like-
there's no postmodernist like master.
Yeah, he trained all the
Like a
postmodernists.
Postmodernist
Who is the
Marxist.
12 years a slave of postmodernism?
That's a good question.
12 years slave postmodernist. Yeah, so it's just like, because like you have people like Derrida and Lyotard and Baudrillard. Like you have all these people, but they don't talk about the same things. But they're all like
No.
considered postmodernists.
Well, they are all post, right? So yeah.
They're all neo-Marxist, Frankfurt School.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have this modernist.
All these
sort of
French
new
guys
cocaine.
went to the Frankfurt School.
Yeah, coincidence.
Coincidence?
So yeah,
I think not.
we watched both videos of the both of the Mika LaFay video. Oh my gosh, you get 100 subscribers in the time that we were reacting to this.
Oh Lord.
Look, you're welcome.
Did you get
You're
did you get 200 subscribers in the time that we were reacting to
next
this?
week. When they're-
Yeah, what the heck? Okay, I need to see what people are saying about this video.
I don't know if
This
you
is
want to do that. If I'm honest, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Why?
No,
Is it
no,
just
it's
people
a
who
good
are just like,
idea.
this is amazing?
I mean,
Just-
my experience
just
with
like
comments
snap.
about like Japanese stuff is usually pretty bad. Oh, they knew that it was wrong, but you know.
Yeah. And
Okay.
yeah, they did address
I mean,
that.
okay, that's fair enough. I mean, like I said, I don't say French words right either. I don't care.
No, nor should you say French words.
No,
right?
I don't plan to.
They don't deserve
It's
it.
funny you had to call him Mr. B drill.
I think the ultimate post-meta modern takeaway is that late millennial Zoomers grew up with parents that rejected pop culture and tradition, yet failed to establish a new one, thus leaving their children little structure for their influence. It's been very easy for them to build a completely new culture and society that, despite having access to information, lacks any context or cohesion that someone with lived experience could provide. I don't know. I mean, like, fuck you, Womp Lad, man. Yo, TikTok is culture. I'm gonna defend TikTok. You know, TikTok is culture. All right.
TikTok is culture.
TikTok is
Definitely, yeah.
culture.
It is a culture. It's like a wildfire, though, isn't it?
Well, I mean, like, look, all right. It's just like this is the kind. All right, this is just like the analytical version of just like music used to be good, but now it's all Justin Bieber, etc.
Jazz.
Yeah.
What is that? That's Adorno. Classic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Thus leaving the children little structure for their influence. What do you mean, man? I see. Look, all right. People, they leave the structure for the influence. Have you not seen her use the VHS effect?
I mean, it's interesting that because that's like the Brian Eno quote, isn't it? It's like you know, people who have never even experienced VHS take the aesthetic. It just becomes some sort of like binding force. Like the things that were fucked about it once upon a time is now the defining force of retro. Is just these things that like just the fucked up bits, right? It's the scan lines and it's the distortion and it's the aerial and the misalignment and the chroma being off or whatever. And the
So, I
buzzing
think-
sound.
So, I think I've learned two things, right, about these kinds of videos. One, just say whatever you want, however you want, because I can't figure out the structure of these things. And 2, you got to put yourself in the thumbnail. This is like, I see this all the time. They're putting themselves in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
If you become the brand, you can do that, but I feel that people who do this have a very specific there's a very specific type of person that does that. Like I don't know if Dark Side Phil wants to put himself in the thumbnails. I don't know if that's gonna work for him. Is that? I mean, maybe it does. I mean, he's a known face.
TSP Gaming, the king.
I don't know.
He's in. Dude, he's in some of them.
He's in one thumbnail, but that's not a video.
Oh, dude, he's in the Assassin's Creed Mirage stuff.
Shit.
Yo,
he's doing the Photoshop. All right, that's kind of funny though. Actually, that's kind of fucking funny. Wait, is that actually him? Is that actually a Photoshop, or is that actually just the guy looking like him vaguely?
I don't know. There's no way that guy looks exactly like Phil, dude.
Wait.
Okay,
I need to figure this out because I'm just like, is this a terrible coincidence,
dude, or are we just being gaslit? We're just being gaslit right now.
Does this guy just vaguely look like?
No, that is Phil.
Okay, he did it.
He did put himself in there. Yo, oh my god.
Okay, but that's like a comedy thumbnail, right? That's like a bit.
Yeah.
And that video has 58 views.
So what I want to do is I'm going to put myself in the thumbnail of my videos, but it's just going to be me sitting on a chair with blood coming out of my teeth.
Ooh, that actually might do pretty well.
You know,
that's got some of that raw energy.
Yeah, just blood just coming out of my teeth, just dripping down my shirt. I'll wear a white shirt for my thumbnails.
Damn, yeah, you're really coming for it. That's gonna be your. I don't know if YouTube's gonna like that. You might get a strike for that. Actually, they don't strike thumbnails, but they will cut you. They will remove your thumbnail.
I'm gonna get a community guideline strike on every single channel I have.
Yeah, your thumbnails are too scary.
Put Lenny Nerevar in my thumbnails.
Too spooky.
Don't forget the yellow text. Yeah, the yellow text. Yeah, I gotta figure it out. My videos are doing slightly better with the artist thumbnails, so it's very clearly a me problem.
I mean, yeah, illustrations can do pretty well. Usually helps if they have like a unified thing. If you want to keep a brand going, though, I suppose.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rename all of my videos, and I'm just gonna rename them some variation of like media text is really interesting.
Yeah, maybe that'll go. Maybe that can be your meme. You really lean into it.
Yeah, though I'm gonna do that. I mean, like, it can't get any worse. I mean, I'm already not getting like views anyway, so yeah. Might as well just do it.
I just had a moderately disgusting experience where I went to go piss, and I could smell the ramen broth I drank earlier in my piss.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was kind of gross.
Anyhow, I think that's
Lain.
I think that's a good time to stop.
I just wanted to share that on stream.
Yeah, I think that's a good time to stop it.
Oh my god, yeah, it's like 5 a.m. What the fuck am I doing in my life?
Mika! What was your name? Was your name Mika? I don't remember. I don't remember. I just pulled up DSP and immediately the king. The king.
Okay. Look, you can
Mika.
You can no longer cheat on her for getting names wrong now.
That's true. Mika. Mika, if you ever want to talk, let me know.
Probably not now.
You probably don't want. You probably don't want to talk after like what essentially amount to 4 hours of like us just going what.
Yeah,
but
that's watching material.
But I am doing. I'm not doing this to try and dunk on you or anything. All right. You know, this is. I came in here to defend your content from these rabid animals, specifically ghosts, not Steve, because
absolutely.
I can't be seen punching down.
Yeah, you can't be seen punching down. Yeah, you know, Ghost is like the Joker, but Steve is just a POC.
I think you got mixed up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
When was the POC? I'm the white one. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I tried to reach out. On email. If I would love to. Yeah, I would love to talk to you about this. Because like this is one of those situations where it's just like I feel like this can this can be a situation where a lot of interesting stuff can kind of end up being glossed over or missed simply because of like what's going on, you know.
Well, I gotta say the thumbnail game's probably really working. It seems like this is a good aesthetic. You got your
I'm not gonna dig on you. I'm not gonna dig on you on that thumbnail game because you clearly understand the thumbnail game. I don't know.
Solid, yeah.
I don't know jack shit about the thumbnail game. So
do you think the eugenics one's very funny because it's got the funny forehead guy on the right there?
Oh, maybe that might be. Mine.
I don't know if that guy.
Dude,
he kind of just reminds me of like a.
Dude, it's got the cake alien.
Yeah, he kind of does have that sort of like ancient alien vibe.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all I got. I don't know what else to add. Okay. Thanks everybody for showing up.
You got any recommended reading on post-war Japan?
Post-war Japan. I don't know. There's not a lot of like singular things that like encapsulate like all like in post-war Japan in general. Because like there's different subjects, right? There's different subjects of post-war Japan. I don't know. Yeah. It just depends on what topic you actually want to like look at. Because like there's like, for instance, if you want to take a look at like media broadcasting and like media technologies in post-war Japan, there's like a lot of people like the late Mark McClellan. He has talked about like the depiction of like sex and sports, and there's Jason Makoto Chun, who's talked about televisual broadcasting and the logic of like televisual broadcasting. Thomas Lamar in Anime Ecology, he's talked about post-war Japan with regards to like broadcasting like infrastructure and the infrastructure of technological development. But then on the other end, you have also people like James Welker. You have who's the author of Dissenting Japan?
I got the book in the other fucking room. I should probably get it.
Yeah, I'll just pull it up on Google right now. Yeah, William Andrews. So you got people like James Welker.
Dissenting Japan's a good book.
Yeah, you got like those about like the far left movement, the student political movements, like all those kind of stuff.
There's some good stuff in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sicko mode.
I mean, hell, you got like Mark, right? You got Mark Steinberg, who talks specifically about the development of marketing strategies in post-war Japan. So like
the post-war Japan took him.
You lagged the fuck out.
Yeah, you like disappeared. It's almost like you were Lain.
Fine, we're being DDoSed by Israel.
Oh no, I can't believe it. Where did I cut off at?
I don't remember.
Did you hear me talk about Mark Steinberg?
I think you said his name.
You said his name, and then you cut out.
Something about media mix, and then you like. Burp.
Yeah, so like Mark Steinberg, he talks about post-war Japan's like media mix strategies, software. Talks about platforms like the Toyota platform, the emergence and the emergence of the logic of like Toyota's platform development. Yeah, there's just a lot of people, right? Like I think the main thing to sort of take away is that Alexander Zoltan is a really good one. Alexander Zoltan talks about like there's a really good one called The End of Japanese Cinema. Where he talks about like the effect that television had and the emergence of like the emergence of alternative like visions of media. So you had things like Pink Eiga, like pink films.
Yeah.
But you also had like how the pressure that television placed on Japanese cinema also allowed for the rise of like Karakawa.
Those bastards.
So it's really interesting stuff like that. There's just so much stuff. There's just so much stuff. That's the thing, right? Is that like when you read more about Japan and post-war Japan, you realize how much more stuff there is just to learn about post-war Japan. And so what ends up happening is that like it just becomes so difficult to sort of like point at one particular thing and then say like this is what post-war Japan is like.
Yeah, I mean if we're talking about like anything after 1940, that's a long fucking time. That's a lot of decades of history, context, and sociology happening all at once.
Yeah.
Different regimes.
And it's also like a kind of a fracture thing too, right? Because like what post-war Japan looks like based upon like Japanese academics versus like Western academics is a little bit different, right? Like,
yes,
Western academics will focus on different things versus Japanese academics. Like, there's a lot less like academic focus on like Japan sinks, but like it's huge in Japanese circles.
it's much
There's
bigger property in Japan.
Yeah, there's like an outsized influence in post. So the other thing is like the question of just like how did the millenarian movements emerge in post-war Japan? You know, because like they existed before before the Second World War, but they really started to blow up, and then Happy Science started to get into like pissing fights with all of them. But like how did the conditions of something like Omshin Rikyo come to be? And so like you have the discussion of just like
deal with all these cults.
Yeah, so like you have the explosion. Well, you have the explosion of like the prophecies of Nostradamus being translated during this time. And so like that's how it was really aided. So you have people like Go to Ben and all that kind of stuff.
So like there's something wasn't Earthbound.
Dude, that's twisted, man.
It's twisted.
That cartridge didn't get.
So the main takeaway that I just want to stress, the main thing I just want to stress is that like there's so much stuff to talk about. Because it's such a massive period of time and so much things, like so many things have been focused on. Like Yasutaka Tsutsui wrote The Girl Who Leapt Through Time partly as a response to the Minamata poisoning. Anime emerged partly as a result of what was happening with the Chocolate Wars. Like so many people just don't know what those mean. So yes.
Yeah, I think it is about perspective at the end of the day.
Yeah, every time everybody goes back to those goddamn bombs.
We never should have dropped them, honestly. It really just ruined like discussions of anime.
Yeah, that's
Japanese media.
Yeah, that's why we shouldn't have dropped the atomic bombs, because it inconveniences us when we watch Japanese analysis videos.
Absolutely.
What do you think they'd be talking about if it wasn't that, though?
Toyota?
I don't know. Would they be talking about the earthquake?
Maybe.
Because you make my earthquake.
Well, that's kind of crazy, right? So that's kind of crazy that like she talks about like the Nikkei crash and post-war identity in the 90s, but she doesn't talk about the gas attacks, and she doesn't talk about the Hanshin quake. Like the Hanshin quake is a really really big deal. It shut down the city for months.
Yeah, like, I mean, you see those pictures. It's like they basically changed the shape of the city.
Yeah,
the way that was destroyed.
Like,
I mean, the cults probably. You'd think the cults would probably be somewhat. There might be some connection there with Lain, just because of the sort of more conspiratorial element of it. That the cult might have some bearing on the bleakness.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's one of the things, right? It's just like you can think of it like so like. I remember I was talking to some guy who was being really obnoxious to me about this. He was just like, why would the Tokyo like gas attack be like have such an outsized influence? Like, and he said like, it didn't even kill that many people. And I'm just like, well, in the scheme of things, 9/11 didn't kill that many people.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people died, but not that many for like what happened. Like, and that literally shaped like global geopolitics for like 20 years.
It still is.
Yeah, it still is.
It's not stopped.
Yeah. And so it's just like, what do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, you think about like the rise of modern day inceldom happened because of a school shooting at a campus. In
America, right?
Yeah, the Elliot Rodgers shooting at the Santa Cruz campus, I think.
Was he really the instigator? Was he the instigator, the more modern?
Yeah, he was called like the hero.
It was just him.
They call him.
Yeah, the
it was just
Supreme
him.
Gentleman.
Yeah, the Supreme Gentleman. Yeah, he. No, they like incels called him like a hero or a general or whatnot.
Oh my god.
But like he had an ironic god figure status after the shootings because he stabbed his roommates. So like he stabbed his roommates and he went on campus and he shot like a whole bunch of people, killed a few women, and so like numerically speaking, the death toll is like relatively small, but it still had a major outsized influence on like the general
contextually
psyche.
These things hit you. I mean, I think the gas attacks seem more personal in a way because it almost feels like anyone could have got involved in that situation. It's the subway, you know, it's the most common way of getting around, really. If you're going to be in Tokyo, if you're a salaryman especially, or if you're working in the city, you know, you could have been there at the wrong time on the wrong day, right? And it's just so rare for Japan to be attacked in, you know, post-war Japan, right? To see like an attack like that happening.
Yeah.
Even now, it's a pretty rare event.
Also, I do want to stress again. I feel like a lot of the things I say are just going to be like on deaf ears. Is she going to get 16.7?
You're gonna get. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get to fucking 5 hours of the stream. If I'm honest. So I mean, if they did, I take everything I say. You're stronger than I wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah.
So actually, great. I anything I said in the last 5 hours, like now I disavow it all. If you
coward. I will stand by what I said, even though I didn't really say it.
If someone spends 5 hours listening to that, then fucking whatever.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. That's all I got. Thanks everybody for showing up.
Yeah.